Da-da. Da-da.
You were off.
No, I know what you're trying to do.
It's a C hair off.
You're throwing your finger early and waiting for me to go with the finger.
Well, I like a good finger.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester. No, let me try that again. It's a Thursday morning. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
64 degrees right now. I'm going to get up into the mid-70s. A much more tolerable day
Yeah.
than yesterday was, which was brutal.
A little sweaty.
I went for a walk,
Yeah.
and I came home literally soaking
Oh,
wet.
yeah. How could you not?
30-minute walk, soaking wet.
It was hitting 90, right?
It was over 90 in some places.
Jesus.
And the sun was just like, hello, I'm the sun.
Like
right
Florida.
It's nice with our jobs, even in the warm weather, because, when we come to work, it's never above 70 degrees.
Right, it's dark.
Middle of the night.
Hmm?
But with middle of the night travel comes some other complicated situations.
Yeah, sure.
Because you were driving behind someone this morning.
Yeah, I was. I was coming in. I'm stuck behind a car, and it's got something like dangling out of its hatchback. It's like a yellow thing, like they didn't close it right or something.
All right.
I can't figure out what it is. And then they're kind of weaving a little bit, and then they're like changing lanes and changing back. They looked lost.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't tell if the guy was lost or they were drunk because they look lost with the lane change, but they were also drifting over the lines. They even hitting that that wake up strip.
Okay. The wake up. I love that name. Wake up strip.
Kind of what it is, right?
I've been hitting the wake up strip.
Kinda-
I always thought that's what it was for.
No, it is, but I've never heard it called. I've heard rumble strip, wake up strip.
I'll call it the wake up strip.
I would
The
like
wake-up
to.
strip.
I would like to move to change the name of the show to the wake up strip.
Yeah. So he's taking my route all the way into the city, and then he turns one way, I go the other, and I go, man, that dude is either drunk or he's lost.
It's funny because you brought this up this morning, and I always assumed everybody like that at early in the morning was drunk.
Same.
Right.
I never even considered they were lost.
Right, because they kept changing lanes like they didn't know where they were going. But
no,
that could be either way.
That's what I'm saying. Now you got me thinking, because you're right. You don't realize how poorly you drive when you don't know where you're going.
It's dark, it's early.
You don't know where you're going, and you also don't expect anybody else to really be around, so you may not be quite aware of the other cars around you if really there's nobody else on the road.
But they were heading towards a place where there's no housing.
Okay.
Right? They're just going up. They're just turning down the other side of Main Street.
Okay.
So I'm going, where's he? Is he going to work? Or is he going home?
Lost? Well, if he's going to work, he wouldn't be lost.
Right.
Or we hope he wouldn't be drunk.
But I've gotten to word drunk.
No,
I burning it off.
That's still drunk.
Yes, I know. But you get.
No,
I'm slowly coming out of drunk.
no, it doesn't make it any better. I'm burning it off. It's
Yeah,
not even
yeah.
you're still drunk. It's being drunk.
Yeah, but less drunk-ish.
No.
All right. So I couldn't figure this cat out. Plus the car with the thing hanging out.
What was it? Did you
I
ever figure
couldn't
it
tell.
out?
It was like this yellow thing hanging out, but obviously it wasn't supposed to.
Okay, sidebar. Are you sure it wasn't supposed to? Because I've seen on some like those Hyundai and things, there's like an air tag. God, how do you describe this? You know how there are those things that they put on like fighter jackets, and it's like a tab?
Okay. Like you
Like a
pull it?
tab?
Yeah. I think there's like an accessory on some like cars. 252 WCMF or Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Please explain to me what I'm talking about. I've seen it.
But this looked like it was closed. The hatch was
in.
closed.
Okay.
This thing is dangling,
Like
and
they
it was
just
like
didn't
kind of
see it
like
hanging out.
yellow. And it could have been like a pull thing. I don't know.
All right, so that's got to be drunk. If you got dangle plus
yeah,
swerve,
there's a lot of sloppiness going
Yeah.
on.
It's gotta be
disheveled
drunk.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll go even further.
What?
And I know that folks that are listening to us right now, if you're in your car, you're on the road early, you see the same things that we see. I make the assumption, because I come in at like 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah. I assume everybody that is on the road with me at 3 o'clock in the morning is drunk.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Which is, it's stupid because I'm going
Yeah.
to work. I'm on the road. I'm not
Yeah.
drunk.
Right. But I also think, like, where are you going, man, this early?
Well, but you're going somewhere that early, too.
I know. But we're rare. I mean, not that many people work in the middle of the night.
I understand, but, those same people, if they are also going to work, are looking at us, go, where are you going in the middle of the night? Drunk ass, wearing a baseball cap,
Yeah.
basketball jersey at 3 o'clock in the morning. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to play this game now, moving in, drunk or lost.
Right.
Coming in every morning.
Because I was thinking, like, then I was trying to make a story up for the dude, like, maybe he was out getting some.
Okay.
Feeling good, had a couple of pops, and now he's got to get home, or he's got to get to work. Like, the night got away from him.
Okay. But you said he went to a place where there was no housing.
so as I know.
Okay. So as
So
I
as I
know.
know.
Because he turned in a direction like going towards like Nick Tahoe's.
Gotcha.
What else is out there?
There's housing right next to Nick Tahoe's.
There is?
Yeah, there's a housing project right there.
Oh. I always thought it was all like businesses.
Have you never driven past Nick Tahoe's?
Maybe not. I'm sure I have. but it's-
Genesee down to Child Ave. That's all housing.
It is?
Yeah.
Could be some rough ass housing.
It's
bro.
why it looks nice. You're serious? You didn't know that?
Going down Main.
It is literally.
Because you got Knoth Nagel,
Uh-huh.
you got Nick Tahoe's,
Yeah.
and then heading out that way.
It is literally from the moment Nick Tahoe's ends, housing from there until you get to like the town of Chili, 10 miles down.
All right, so
Chili
then he was
Avenue.
messing. That dude was messing. Then.
Okay.
He was getting and messing,
Getting into messing.
messing and getting, and probably had a couple, and just trying to get home, clean up, and go to work. Who hasn't been there?
I used to get stuck behind this one guy, and I figured out it was like an older dude after like I passed him once. He would go impossibly slow, like way under the speed limit, and he'd kind of like stop at every street. Like, so I used to think like, is this man okay? Is he drunk? Is he lost? Like, what's the deal? But I always kind of saw him around the same time in the morning. And then I figured out like, I think he's just like buying time before he goes to work. Like really
dicking around?
Like yeah, like dicking around, like because I would think the fact that he's on the road the same time as me like multiple times means he's going somewhere. Or he's got to be somewhere. But I'm like, maybe he's just like really enjoying his ride in.
Well, it's funny. Now that you bring that up, I think everything you see in someone too, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing in their car, you will assume they're drunk. Because
Yeah.
if they're going too fast, they're drunk.
Right.
Yeah,
If they're
this guy's
swerving,
so slow.
they're drunk.
Well, the swerve
Yeah.
is a tell.
No, if they're driving too straight,
Yeah.
two hands on 10 and 2, they're drunk. And if they're going too slow, they're worried about getting pulled over for
It
speeding.
could be.
They're drunk. There is nothing you can do driving your car at 3 in the morning where I don't think you're
Yeah.
drunk.
Yeah, everything looks suspicious in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Right?
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell the rock shop. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Louie. Hey, Louie. How are you, buddy?
I'm okay.
What do you got?
Now, all right. I always thought that I could put the hat on at 3 in the morning, drunk, and drive. I thought I could always get over with it. You just messed me up with that. I always thought I was getting over the hat.
What's the hat got to do
hat-
with anything?
You're not covering.
No, I put the hat on because, I don't want no one to see my eyes. Then I put the visor down so no one can see me.
You don't think the visor down in the dark
Yeah, that seems
is a
very
little
suspicious.
And a hat pulled down over your
If
eyes?
you see me driving down the road with the visor down and a hat, you already know I'm drunk.
Bro, I see you just walking down the road. I'm going the other way.
Oh, no. Walking down the road, I put it backwards. And I'm like, dude, the hell with that.
Great call, Louie. Thanks for the call. Don't drive drunk.
No.
Stay away from Lou.
All of these things, good advice.
Yes.
All right. Lou was in front of you a second
Yes.
ago.
Or it could have been Lou.
Did he have a hat?
Oh, we got Instagram messages coming in. It's funny. We miss what might be the most now obvious
What?
reason. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Alexis says he's probably an Uber driver looking for a specific address or lost because the maps can get spotty when you get in downtown Rochester.
Ooh. Could be that.
I couldn't tell because I was behind him, so I didn't see his little Uber light.
I don't know why. Well, not every Uber has an Uber light.
You know?
No.
Every one
Yeah,
I've
some
got
of them
always
just had a
says
little
something.
sign.
Yeah.
Either that or Lyft, right?
I kind of thought the Uber light was like an optional thing you bought yourself
So, same.
to like be like, ooh, check me out.
Like the upgrade.
Yeah, I'm a little classier. I have a light up Uber.
Oh, I just said at least you know, like, oh, there's my guy.
Is it that hard for? Does your GPS kick out in the city? Mine does.
That's
I don't
usually where
use-
it works the best.
Oh.
Like if I'm on the outskirts, that's
Man, I
where
don't
it
use
gets
it
a
coming
little
to
spotty.
work.
Okay, I know how to.
Well, I come the same way every day.
I understand, but you also have no idea how to navigate the city of Rochester. As much as you like to think,
I
you're
can get around blindfolded this town.
You literally just.
I've lived in every spot in this town.
Okay, you just said a man turned down a street where there was no housing, and literally it is all housing.
I don't
And
go-
it is around the corner from where we work.
I got no damn business down that way.
Okay.
If I had business down that way, I'd know.
That's what I just said. You don't know certain parts of the city.
But
No,
I-
I know.
I don't need GPS to be on Main Street.
Okay.
Down on GPS Main Street.
But now I'm suspicious of who needs an Uber at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock
Oh,
in the
somebody
morning.
going to the airport.
Okay, all right.
Catching an early flight out.
See, again, you're a better person than I am. I'm thinking they're messing. They're out there. They're messing around, doing things behind their lover's back.
Okay.
Right? Now I got to get the hell out of here. I don't have my car with me. It's all suspicious. I left my phone, which has the GPS enabling on, in my car somewhere else, so they don't know what I'm doing.
All right.
Oh, buddy.
Well, I like to mess it. That's the fun one.
Well, yeah, it's okay.
Got to get home, get cleaned up.
Yeah, but I'm going to go a step further. Now, if we're making stereotypes here, because we've stereotyped lost or drunk, we've got the question whether or not they are driving an Uber. True or false?
But
The later someone is trying to get home from messing, the uglier they are.
uglier in general, or
Time to ugliness ratio.
Yes, like you. Okay, I think the best looking people
Yeah.
get home the earliest from messing around.
no, why is that?
I don't know.
Yeah. What would be the
what would be the
logic?
I think the
Like,
logic behind it is like better looking people,
Are buttoned up?
a little more buttoned up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have more to lose. Whereas like the uglier people, I don't even care. I'll just show whatever I want.
So
I'll
they're
get
just
home
weaving
when I
down
get
the
home.
fugly trail.
Whatever, 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever. I'll get home when I get home. Like you never, if you've been cheated on, you never had like a good-looking partner that like strolled in at like 4:30 in the morning, right? They were always home at a time where you weren't suspicious of them cheating.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, it's not a bad.
So if you are
Analogy.
if you're out messing around and you're coming home super duper late, you're ugly.
All right, you're totally fugged.
Yeah, and I'm sorry you had to hear it from us, but it's just the way it is. All right, so what did we learn here?
Not much.
Don't drive drunk.
Don't talk to Lou.
Don't talk to, and if you don't want to look ugly,
Yes.
get home from cheating on your spouse earlier than 3 o'clock.
Clean your ass up.
We got a dynamite fix that fugly kind of break 'em for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're gonna bitch it out.
That's right.
Good luck.
You know how hard it's been for me not to make a comment because you look like 5 things right now.
Yeah, this is new for you.
Yeah.
Well, I had to. We kind of played the other one out a little bit.
Sure. So now, what are you doing now?
Summer look.
Oh, is this summer look? Because I thought it was you were on your way to an LBJ convention.
Kimmy does not know who that is.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Oh, and your stupid, ugly Teflon shirt face.
I'm confused. It looks like 2 separate outfits. Like different. You're going somewhere on the top. You're going somewhere different than where you'd be going with those pants.
All right, so it's like a mullet look.
Yes, a mullet of outfits.
You look like
Don't
no, you look like
don't blow it early,
you
son.
look like the kid who tried to shake Hank Aaron's hand when he hit that home run, and he never changed his clothes for 50 years. I got plenty more where that came from. We'll get to that just after 7 o'clock. Bitch Voice Theater. Also after 7 o'clock, bro.
What's the matter?
We got more sightings.
Of
Well, we talked about this. This came up for the first time a couple years ago. We were stunned to learn that our area is one of the leading areas in America for people that have spotted this ancient creature.
ancient creature.
Well, I mean, Kimmy, we don't know much about him.
Who doesn't know about Wheeze? It's summertime. He always pops up around sodas, like a tortoise, without a reason.
Tortoise without a reason. Shut up. He's back. I mean, maybe he never left.
Wait, he's back?
I mean, to be fair, we don't know if
Okay,
it's
all
a he
right.
or a she or a yes or a no or a whatever. But there are more people between us and Buffalo and every spot in between.
And they've seen this thing.
They say they have seen this thing.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
it feels like there are restaurants for absolutely everything.
Oh, sure.
And one restaurant has decided they're going to try and throw off the chains that have kept them in this part of the country forever and expand nationwide.
Okay.
But they don't have the money to do it on their own, so they're going to slide inside some Walmart. So we're going to tell you what this restaurant is in a second. That being said, it is weird of all of the foods that we love, and we love this food too. We love this food. For some reason, standalone restaurants cannot survive only selling these.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a standard American food.
Oh.
Like one of the most popular American foods.
Oh, okay.
So you'd think that if somebody opened up a shop and started selling them, they'd make a fortune.
Clean up.
But you're wrong, because the overwhelming majority, in fact, almost every single place that has tried to sell these standalone has failed miserably, except for this place.
Oh.
And they've decided they're going to try and expand using a Trojan horse.
Ooh.
And it doesn't make sense that we don't want to go out and buy these.
Like sit down and eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even take it to go.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. Going to an NFL game is a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
It is a fortune. But every time I bring this up, you make fun of me. And then you argue you can just sit home and watch the games for free.
Get the best seat in the house,
Yeah,
baby.
turns out you're wrong.
Really?
You can't watch the games for free. Because if you want to watch the Bills this year on TV, it's going to cost you. And going even further, if you want access to every NFL game this year, you are not going to believe what you're going to have to spend. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy,
Yes.
are you familiar with Wiener Schnitzel?
I have no idea what it actually is, but isn't it? It's like a sausage, right, or something?
Okay, it is what, yeah, it is kind of a beat. But Wiener Schnitzel,
Like a hot dog joint?
yeah, you got it. It's a chain hot dog joint that is out of California, and they've existed.
Oh, it's a place.
Yes, it's a company. They've existed for decades, mostly on the West Coast. They sell hot dogs out of stands in the mall and like mini restaurants and like shopping centers.
Okay.
They have decided they want to expand,
Oh.
and they're going to do it using Walmart.
Oh, all right.
They want to put Wiener Schnitzel stands inside Walmart, and they're going to start with 5 West Coast locations up and down the West Coast. But their plan, if this goes well,
Worldwide.
yes, eventually, well, nationwide.
Yeah.
Eventually push nationwide, where when you walk into Walmart, you can get yourself a Wiener
You
Schnitzel.
know, walk
Okay.
around with my hot dog.
Der Wiener Schnitzel. And by the way, I got to tell you,
It's a standard hot dog, though, right?
no, they do all
I
kinds.
think it's like
Brats?
I thought it was fancier.
Okay, no, it is a hot dog. You're right. It is a
Oh.
hot dog,
Right.
but they do a whole bunch of stuff to
Oh,
it.
I'm sure.
Like you can
Okay.
get a chili dog, obviously.
Yeah.
You can get a Chicago dog with a pickle on it, which that's a whole other argument.
I know.
Why would you put a pickle on a hot dog? The junkyard dog.
Got everything on it, son.
You ready for this?
Uh.
You ready for this? All right. It's a hot dog.
Mhm.
A piece of American cheese over the hot dog.
Nothing says good like cheese.
Chili.
Right?
French fries. Mustard.
Damn. How do you walk around with that?
I don't know if you do.
You'd have to sit down for that one. Be all over you.
Okay. So obviously Wiener Schnitzel wants this to go well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
History tells us it won't. Tommy, why do we not have a national standalone hot dog place?
Nobody wants it, I guess. Because like if you think about it, burger joints, chain burger joints don't offer you a hot dog option.
Thank you.
But it's weird though, because there are pockets where it works. Because like isn't like the hot dog at Costco like a huge thing for people? Like they not necessarily that it's like the best hot dog in the world, but it's like cheap and people will go there and get the hot dog.
I think they only go because it's $1.50.
Right.
And it's a giant dog. But again, like,
But like
Like,
that's
the
the
only
only time I think like people are going out of their way to buy a hot dog or like at a ball game
Or
something.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
okay, so that's
Oh yeah, that too.
but again, like you're not going to the 7-Eleven to get a
No,
hot dog.
no.
You get a hot dog because
'Cause
you're
it's
at
there.
the 7-Eleven.
Right. I never make a road trip for a hot dog.
Like there are a bunch of restaurants that just sell burgers. There are a bunch of restaurants that just sell sandwiches.
Yeah.
Not only are there no restaurants that just sell hot dogs, it's even hard to your point outside of Costco to come up with a chain that will sell you a hot dog. And
yeah,
we are
chain wise, maybe it's tough to do a chain hot dog restaurant based on how. Like here, we're great with hot dogs.
Yeah,
right? in
we are very
Rochester.
lucky to have
like
Zweigels,
we're
yes.
we're spoiled with dogs, so there are like some local businesses that have nailed the hot dog. But maybe like state to state, it would be hard to regulate like a chain hot dog place.
hot dog American
Regulation.
hot dog regulation.
Well, yeah, just like maybe
An
it's
agency.
not like it might not be as good in a different state,
But why? It doesn't
I don't
seem
know.
hard to ship a hot
or
dog
maybe people don't have like the taste for it in other places.
But we eat them all summer.
everywhere. It's an American
Yeah.
standard. You
Yeah,
go to
but I guess everybody's preferences may be different.
But you get them at Bill Gray's, Tom Wall's, Shaler,
Yeah.
all those joints. You get a hot dog.
and I think the only reason that we have this here is because Zweigels is
Yeah,
so
it's very
good.
unique.
Right.
Right? Because
It's
like,
also really unique.
So, like, you're
Agreed.
not going to buy a hot dog from a chain place because we have such a high standard of hot dogs.
okay, but like the same thing with pizza, but there are other pizza chains that crush in other
Yeah.
parts of the country, right? Why do other parts of the country not want to sell me a hot dog?
Right.
And you can't tell me to, like, Kimmy brings up, like, the different locations around the different parts of the country. Every ballpark in America
Has hot dogs.
and they sell a crap ton of them.
Oh, sure.
So sell me a goddamn hot dog. Why won't you sell me a hot dog?
Apparently we don't want it.
No, I want a hot dog,
Well, we think we want it.
but we don't want it.
Well, obviously.
But I've never had the option.
Okay.
No, there are places here that have hot dogs.
Well, we broke that down, but no
No,
chain.
but I'm saying like no. Okay, no chain. But I
Yeah,
mean,
Tom
like,
Walls, Bill Gray.
Well, like Dogtown, like they're known for their hot
Yeah.
dogs.
Okay.
Like, there's a place around the corner from me that has hot dogs on their menu, but I never see anybody order them.
Dogtown's existed for like 30 years, so that's proof that dogs do sell.
It will work.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell at the rock shop.
Like I think you have to be like so known for the hot dog to make it work.
But it still doesn't make sense to me. 252 WCMF. We're talking about Wiener Schnitzel, Der Wiener Schnitzel. It's a chain out of California if you've never heard of it. They've existed for decades. They are now trying to move nationwide. They're going to start by showing up in Walmarts in 5 locations across the West Coast. And if that goes well, they're going to try and push east and make this a nationwide chain. But it's going to fail because there is no nationwide chain that will even sell you a hot dog.
Well, Walmart, it may work because you're just in there shopping, you grab a hot dog. Because they sell you, sometimes those joints push those hot dogs on you when you walk in for bucking out.
That's not why you think it's going to work at
What?
Walmart. Why is a hot dog going to work for Walmart shoppers?
Oh, my. What do you think?
Let's play a little true or false game.
Go ahead.
You want to play a little game?
I love those games.
Okay. True or false? You look at Walmart shoppers as a lower quality of shopper.
Well, they usually tend to be not low,
Uh-huh.
just as a little less.
True or false?
A little less.
True or false? You look at a hot dog as a lower quality food.
Oh, it's a low food. It's a
Therefore-
low food for a low shopper
Therefore,
in a low store.
you believe
It's not called Lowe's.
you believe a Walmart shopper is more likely to get a hot dog than another kind of shopper.
I look at it as a busted shopper.
You eat hot dogs.
I love hot dogs.
The only I know. That's why you were so popular in high school. The only thing you cheat with every year.
Yeah. Oh, I love 2 grilled dogs on 4th of July.
Okay, does that make you a low human?
You call me low all the time.
Yeah, no, but I mean like morally low. That outfit doesn't say low. That outfit says you just won the Kirby Vacuum Cleaner Salesman of the Year in 1954. You're not a lower person for enjoying a chain.
No,
hot dog.
you're not. But they tend to attract low people.
No, they.
I could tell. You just know some people. She'd go down there to Walmart and get that hot dog.
Why'd you say she? You think hot dogs are dude food?
No. There's lady doggers, but most women enjoy a hot dog like that on a regular basis. Pretty scuzzy.
Why?
They just are, man.
Why?
Women can't have too many hot dogs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Is that a feminine food?
It might be the most feminine
No,
food.
because you
talking
look
about?
nasty eating it.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, if you want to talk about, I know.
Yeah,
you walk
just
around Walmart.
according to Tommy, only for men.
Yes.
Happy Pride, everybody.
I'm not spending $13 on cherry tomatoes when I can grow them in my backyard.
Happy Pride, everybody. Only men are allowed to eat the tubular
Outside,
meat
yeah.
while walking in. You must make eye contact with whatever man you're with at the same time.
I 2 things.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay.
Somebody did call it a Sonic, a chain with hot dogs.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
but how often does Sonic come up in your head of places to go?
I don't know. Some people might be Sonic people. I don't know.
We got one here in town.
2.
I think we have 3, actually.
2?
There's one around the corner, there's one in Henrietta, and I think there's one in Greece.
Oh, okay.
Where you get your hot dogs.
Somebody brought up that I guess Burger King used to have hot dogs on the menu in the 80s.
Okay.
He said, but they were so bad, like they
so
did away with
Wendy
them.
tried it too.
Wendy's?
Is
Is that when they only had one location?
Yeah, they started one.
You gotta go to Wendy? You talk about Wendy's? No, there's only one of them.
So they did that, and it failed again bad.
Okay, so I am being reminded.
People have tried it.
252 WCMF and Facebook messages, the Breakroom WCMF. Rick writes us, you guys are forgetting about Lums. Lums was famous for their hot
Lums.
dogs.
When's the last time you've been at a Lums?
Well, I don't think that it existed while I was alive.
Bro, I think they've been out of business for 40 years.
But they did have a good run.
Yeah.
And they cooked their hot dogs in beer.
Okay,
Is that the key?
maybe. So they're like steam dogs?
Yeah, they were steamed in beer hot dogs. Like I
Yeah.
think they plucked them right out of the beer and put it on the bone.
Oh,
for me.
wow.
But again, I think they were closed before I was even born.
Yeah.
Which makes your ass old.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even more bizarre as
What's
we
that?
talk about you can't get a hot dog anywhere these days. God,
You ain't get a good hot dog anywhere.
I guess we put it like that. It
Can't
sounds-
find a good man under 50 these days.
If you go to like a steakhouse,
Yeah.
right? At every steakhouse high end in America anywhere, they will have on the menu an option for a hamburger. And they will
Yes.
make the hamburger sound fancy.
Yeah.
But it is ground beef on a bun with
Yeah.
thing. You don't even. Why do I get a fancy hamburger option, but I don't get a fancy hot dog option?
Because like you could have different grades of meat, but there's hot dogs are just filler.
What are you talking
Yeah, I
about?
guess how do you other
You could
than
do
the
it all beef.
toppings?
Swaggles.
But that's an all beef hot dog,
Yeah.
right? Or an all pork. But
But you're not. I mean, you could make the ground beef at the restaurant. Like you can make the burger
Yeah.
how you want at the restaurant. Whereas a hot dog,
You can make
other than the toppings, I don't know what you can do with the actual
And the
dog
bread.
itself.
The
People
bun.
make their own sausages all the time. Why couldn't you do that with a hot dog?
Do they?
well, I guess you
Yes.
could, but does it make it any higher end?
Well, I mean, like if you're look, I don't think a hamburger at a steakhouse is any higher end than like a hamburger.
no, but
at
if they
an
take
Applebee's.
like the top meat and grind it up.
The point that I make, well, that's what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah, but then it becomes something else. It's not a hot dog
all right,
anymore.
you don't really believe like the hamburgers at like a steakhouse. Oh, gotta have that because it's premium. No, they just put a fancy name on it, and you're an idiot. And you spent $13 more on that
I
burger
guess
than
that
you would
you
at
can
Applebee's.
use like different levels.
It's an
of
Angus
ground-
burger, bro.
Yeah, Angus. I didn't know he was Scottish.
Are there different levels of hot dog?
Are
Like
there?
different grades of hot dog? Like there
Like
would
what's a
be
gourmet hot dog? Like
Yeah.
your highest end gourmet dog. Like you have your fillets with beef, right?
Yeah,
And your prime rib.
yeah.
What's a prime dog?
Yeah,
I
like
guess
think
that's a
about
sausage.
it. Like to make.
But that's not a hot dog
I know,
anymore.
I know, okay.
Now you're getting into your Italian hot dog.
Like the only difference they made with hot dogs was just the length. They're like, get a foot long.
Yeah,
They
she's
didn't,
right.
they didn't like make the actual. They didn't change anything about the dog.
They never jacked it up.
They just changed like the shape of it.
No, but all cheap foods you can find a premium version of. Tommy, there are high-end Italian restaurants that will sell you a pizza at their restaurant that
Yeah.
has $60 dishes, right? They put a little bit of truffle on it, and now it's like a premium pizza. It's the same crap we're eating at other places.
Yeah, but it's a little bit higher graded cheese.
It's not. You just fall for that.
Sausage.
You are such a sucker. Sucker. Oh, I got a tablecloth, so this pizza should be more expensive. Ah. All right, how about this?
What?
Hear me out. Why can't we do fancy dog, white hot, truffles, brioche bun, caramelized onions?
All right, that's a nice hot dog.
You wouldn't order that at a steakhouse?
No.
But sure.
Why would you not?
I don't think I don't
No,
think
you
I
No,
wouldn't.
you would. You
No,
would.
you would.
No, because I want a steak.
I want a steak.
Right.
I came in
I
for a
think you're
steak.
going to those places for other foods.
I go
and
if
that's-
I go to a high end steakhouse, that's what I'm in the mood for.
It's not
Okay.
like you don't want the hot dog, but there's better stuff on the menu.
And here's another thing: the dumbest, worst chef or cook can make a hot dog. Like that's why it's such a base food. I don't need to go out for it because I could do this at home pretty easy and pretty cheap.
How is that different than a hamburger?
Hamburgers you can jazz up,
Okay.
but you can only take the hot dog so far.
Okay. It's because you're not thinking hard enough, man. It's because you're living in a
Well,
box.
because you could just load.
Man in a box.
You're just gonna load more crap on it.
Yeah, that's what I have. Okay, fine. We're not going to agree to that. I don't know why I get in food
Because
arguments with you.
you could spice up the meat different. You could put blue cheese in it. You could put different kind of feta in it. You can make a Greek hamburger.
You can do
there's
that with
mil-
a dog.
What are you gonna do? Sprinkle crap
no
on
one
it?
you
wants
eat-
feta on a hot dog.
Yeah, that would taste like chalk on a dong.
How do you chalk on a dog? One of the worst Dr. Seuss books of all time. That's
yeah,
what
it got
got
banned in some states.
No, because there are hot dogs that have stuff in them. Those cheese hot dogs, they inject
Yeah.
them with cheese.
but those don't really. Nobody
it's just
orders
cheese.
those things.
No, but I'm saying, why couldn't you do that with other items?
Okay, so what would you inject inside
Yeah.
your dog besides cheese?
Okay, you could do like
Standard cheddar.
okay, you could do something like mushrooms.
That sounds disgusting.
How would you know? I would look at
That's-
I need a mushroom dog.
That would look like an infected penis.
You have hamburgers that have mushrooms in them. Do you
Why
not?
do you have to inject
Yeah.
it? You could just put them on top.
No, but
Thank you.
Yes, you can do the same with mushrooms and like the cheese in a burger. But like when the feta is mixed into the ground beef, now the burger costs $35.
Yes.
Like, that's what I'm saying. All right, you guys are both dumb. We're gonna take a break.
All right.
Why are you so dumb? I mean, a hot dog is an economical food,
Oh yeah.
right? And if you want to watch the NFL this year, maybe you'll be eating a lot of hot dogs to afford
So
it.
how high is this going to get?
Well, ridiculously high, because every time I say the NFL is getting too expensive, you make fun of me for it. You go, I sit at home. That's when a big game looks best to me.
It is.
Yeah, it turns out that if you're a Bills fan, one, you cannot watch this season for free. And two, if you want access to every NFL game, which a lot of NFL fans do, you're not going to believe what it's going to cost. More than a hot dog, buddy.
Damn.
Next here with the break room on CMF. Every time, Tommy,
Yep.
we bring up the cost of attending an NFL game,
Mm-hmm.
you make fun of me.
Yep.
You do the price the little guy out voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Pressure the little guy out.
Just like that. But this story shows how truly ridiculous it's gotten. Because your argument has always been, just stay at home and watch it.
Right.
Right? That's free.
Love it.
Well, the way the NFL is going to work this season, that is impossible.
So what's the shaft?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater. And I understand you don't believe in this. I'm not someone who particularly believes in this either. But there have now been so many sightings in our area. Could you just be open-minded for a second?
I'm listening. Can I enjoy your show? It's very funny, very humorous.
It turns out that
What?
nationwide,
We
are one of the hottest areas for sightings of this. And it's been happening again.
Wow.
And we'll tell you what we're talking about just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So about a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
we found out the Bills have 2 games listed on the top 5 most expensive tickets on the NFL list. The average price for the home opener and the regular season finale, average ticket price, is well over $1,000.
God damn.
And when we brought that up, you, Tommy,
Yeah.
said, oh, why not just watch it at home?
Keep it.
Right?
Keep your money.
It's free. I don't have to spend a dime.
I park myself, pour a nice drink, nice chow, bathroom's right there. I'm not freezing. I'm not burning in the sun.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, for Bills fans, it is not possible to watch every game for free this year. If you wanted to watch every Bills game this season, there is a price. And the Bills actually get off pretty cheap. You will need Amazon Plus for the Thursday night games. That'll cost you $90 for the season. You will need either cable or ESPN Plus to watch the Monday night games. Those are on ESPN.
All right.
ESPN Plus is cheaper than cable, so let's go with the $105 for the season for that. So to watch every Bills game this year,
Yeah.
you will be spending about $200.
$200.
But that's not free.
No, that's true.
Kimmy, $200 is a pretty significant amount of money to watch free football.
Yeah, how much is the NFL package?
So let's break that down.
So that's you get everything.
Well,
Yeah.
even just getting the NFL package doesn't get you everything.
Really?
True.
So most people want to watch more than just the Bills.
Yeah.
And let's say you wanted access to every NFL game this season. You would need Amazon Prime, ESPN Plus, Peacock, so add $13.99 to what we just talked about. Netflix has the Christmas Day games. The cheap version of that is $22.99 a month. The rest of the Sunday games, you'll have to buy NFL Sunday Ticket, which runs you $520
Jesus.
after taxes and fees. To have access to every NFL game on TV from home all season long will run you just under $1,000.
Does that include the NFL Network? Because they run some games on that too. Right?
Yes, yeah, that'll get you the. I think if you buy,
I get that on my cable package.
Well, but you would have to buy cable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and I think with the NFL Sunday Ticket, you get the NFL Network, but I could be wrong.
God damn.
By the way, that under $1,000, just under $1,000, that's more expensive than 300 level Bills season tickets.
But you're getting the whole season. You're getting everything.
But you don't. It's not physically possible to watch every game at the same time. There are
True.
games on that are. You sit here and you think I'm always bitching when it comes to this stuff. You can't tell me that's not obscene.
It is. That's why I'm going to end up not watching football.
Yeah, no, I hear that ratings are down.
Well, this will help. This will
This will help.
this could do it. I mean, if you can't.
Babe Ruth, man, got $100,000 a year, pricing out the little guy. They're going to stop
Good
watching.
luck, Yankees. I mean, at some point, it's got to start hurting people.
When? Because they keep doing this.
It's only getting more fragmented, right? Like it's only splitting off into other places.
But it keeps getting more popular.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Where are they getting all this money?
That's a great question.
that's
Everybody's
like-
broke.
I don't know.
Do you think people are just getting better at finding loopholes,
All right, so-
or finding like the illegal way of streaming?
Well, you
it?
share
Because we do-
services.
Yeah, we do. We talk to a lot of people. Every time this comes up, somebody will be like, "Well, what you got to do is you log in and you change your IP address, and then that way, like, it reads that you're in Buffalo and
Okay.
not,
It's all possible. But even
Yeah.
with that wouldn't.
Somebody's paying.
And even if you're sharing passwords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ratings would count as one part. The ratings still keep going up.
Yeah.
They're going up.
All right, so they're bulletproof.
Okay. I mean, it's a straight up cash grab.
Well, sure.
Straight up cash grab. And what really sucks about this, let's say you don't want to spend any money. You'll miss those 2 Bills games on Prime, whatever. You get 3 games a week on Sunday most of the time.
Yeah.
And because of where we live, it's the Jets and Giants, other than the Bills,
Yeah.
who are going to be terrible this year. Or you get the Cowboys, who are also terrible because every other week they're the NFL game of the week.
So if I just want to watch network football,
Yes.
I just want to watch the Bills on CBS.
Yeah.
I still can't watch the Bills I won't get every Bills game.
Well, no, because you won't get the prime games. You won't get Monday Night Football.
Right. So, I mean, I would lose all those.
You would lose those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily, we're not on a Peacock exclusive this year, which we were. Was it last year or 2 years ago? The Chargers
I think it was
game
last
2
year.
Was it? Okay.
They played one game on Peacock.
It was a
Yeah.
Peacock exclusive. It was
Yeah.
not on NBC. You had to pay for Peacock.
Yeah. That's how I ended up with Peacock to begin with.
And that's what I mean. Like, that's the.
Because I kind of figured, I told you before, I said, if I'm going to watch football, I'm going to end up buying every one of these streaming services eventually just to watch football.
It's really at that point. Amazon Prime, ESPN Plus, Netflix, and Peacock.
And
you're
that's
going
if
to get
you're-
a Disney.
Well, Disney is ESPN.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
ESPN. All right.
And that's if you're just watching football. Like, if you're really a fan of any professional sport at this point, you probably have all the streaming services. Like, isn't hockey stuff to come by? I know if you're a Yankees fan,
Apple TV.
Apple TV, like, you have to, like, a lot of those games are not broadcast on really any regular cable.
So you know I'm a sports nut.
Yeah.
I got my man cave that we put together a
Yeah.
couple years ago. I have to have every streaming service, so I have access to every NFL, to every sporting event. And
Yeah.
even that isn't enough because, like, when the Amerks were
Every
going on
now
their
and then,
playoff
yeah.
run, I had to download and pay for Flow TV.
Never heard of Flow TV.
Neither had I, and I'm sure my bank account is now bouncing around Thailand somewhere, but I got to watch that Amerks game. 252 WCMF. If you are a Bills fan that wants to catch every Bills game this year, it will not be free. Between ESPN Plus for the Monday night games and Amazon Prime for the 2 Thursday night games, it'll be about $200 for the season. If you want access to every NFL game between Amazon Prime, ESPN Plus, Peacock, Netflix for Christmas Day, and NFL Sunday Ticket, you will have to spend just under $1,000 to watch TV football from your couch.
But you're also getting every goddamn
Yeah.
game, which is insane. Like, so you could just that's a lot.
Is it a lot?
I mean, to me, that's so useless.
No, I hear
Unless
you,
you're a
man.
gambler, why would I want to have every football?
Because I
game?
enjoy watching football.
But you're rare.
I don't think so. I
I got to
to
watch. I got to have access
Like-
to all the games right now.
Okay, look, I'm not going to sit down and watch every single game, but I want the ability, if there is a good game on a Sunday
flip it
or the
over.
score gets crazy, you watch the Red Zone Network for that reason.
And to me, that's the same thing because they'll pick if something happens, they jump to it and show it to you.
Sucks.
Then they go to another one.
Boo.
What's the difference between that and you jumping around on your with your remote?
Because it gives me a chance to get involved in the game and watch the response and see if the other team can drive back down the field.
You'll get the response. The response is the same every
Don't get
time.
the response. No,
Right,
sometimes they score, sometimes they don't. It's a different response.
Well, no, you'll see the score.
I know. I want to watch it happen. That's what sports is, you
Sometimes,
idiot.
like, the red zone's overwhelming to me, too. Because you're right, you'll start to get invested in the game that they flipped over to, and now it's on to something else.
Yes.
A game
Yeah, that's
don't
what I
care about.
like.
No.
There's so much downtime in football. What do you get? About 7 minutes of actual action.
Oh,
in
you're going to be
game?
that guy. It's 12. You only got
Is it really 12?
Yeah, it's 12 minutes.
Jeez, for a whole goddamn game.
From beginning, when between the whistles. But again,
I know.
it's strategy.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Line your men up.
You do. That's how it works. I mean, the more they know we're willing to pay, the worse it's going to
Yeah,
get.
of course it is.
Because we're just a few years. We're just a few years away from
From
pay per game packages.
Oh, it's like every game will cost you per.
Okay,
Does
so
that
like,
exist already or no?
not with the NFL.
Not with
you can't buy
any sport?
I don't know.
Oh.
I know with the NFL.
I don't know why for a while I thought the NBA was doing something like that, but I guess I could be wrong.
Was
there.
it through that ocular thing where you could pay to
maybe,
put on the VR and sit
maybe
courtside?
that's what I'm thinking of. I'm not sure.
So, like, Tommy, with your local team, you'll get those for free because
Yeah.
there's tax money involved with the stadiums. But let's say you're a Vikings fan in Fairport.
Yeah.
And you want to watch a standard Sunday matchup, $24.99.
Okay.
And you can have access to that game.
For that game.
And here's how ridiculous that is. That sounds ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
If you did that every week, $24.99
Yeah.
to watch your team every week would still be cheaper than to get NFL Sunday tickets.
Oh, really? God damn. And then I say you spend $24 in the game sucks.
Yeah. Yes, but
It's a
I mean,
complete blowout.
but the NFL will argue, well, you could spend money on a ticket. That game could suck,
yeah,
right?
true.
Okay, as Kimmy brought up earlier, there's different ways. We're getting flooded with alternatives right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Lots of people writing on Instagram that you can go into the bar and watch the game for free, which is true. You can walk in the bar for free.
Yeah, and then you're going to spend a lot of money at the bar.
Minimum $20 commitment to watch a
The
game
way
in
I
the bar.
drink and eat, you want to enjoy yourself?
Boy, do they have fennel now? The way you drink and eat. What do you eat, you bitch? What do you eat at a bar?
lot
What
of
do you
stuff.
ever eat?
A lot of stuff.
You won't even eat the free popcorn because it's got butter on
I don't want
it.
anybody's hands in it,
I
too.
gotta watch myself.
I also
I got
noticed
the high salt.
some smaller bars, especially with the streaming games like Peacock and Amazon. they may have Amazon figured out at this point, but I remember going to one for the game that was on Peacock, and the bar was having a tough time syncing all the TVs.
Oh, right.
So there would be one that was like way ahead of the other few. So it was kind of a frustrating experience. And I'm sure like the bar was annoyed with it too, but like, yeah, like you'd hear cheering from like one side of the bar while the other side still hasn't seen it happen yet.
And the other thing that sucks with these streaming games and bars broadcasting them, the bar is at the mercy of the strength of their Wi-Fi.
Right.
Yeah.
And, there are some places where you can pay all the money in the world. The Wi-Fi isn't that great. So, you're in the middle of a game and it just starts turning. The wheel turns, right? Jack writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. You can find an illegal stream on Sundays.
Oh, just go illegal.
And pay, and for the premium pay games, that's what I do. Okay.
Go illegal.
Taking the ethics out of it, because I don't mind taking money from the NFL. I don't trust those links at all.
I didn't know that it said you just click on an illegal link.
Yeah, there are websites you can go to, and there's like a link.
That just sounds like you're going to steal my information.
That's what I'm worried about.
Point,
yeah.
Sometimes like that link will all of a sudden cut out, and then like people will be like, go to this new link to continue with your streaming.
Or the FBI's knocking on your door.
Okay, I'm not worried about the FBI coming for the free football. Kimmy brought up my two concerns. One, all of my information has been stolen.
Well, that's number one.
Two, how reliable is that stream?
It's not.
Okay.
Maybe temporarily, but eventually like that one gets shut down. They open a new live stream. It's tough to follow.
If the Bills are in the middle of a do or die drive, and that stream kicks out, I'm gonna start breaking stuff. There is I have to pay for the reliable one.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just buy the reliable one?
Well,
how much is the price difference?
Well, no, but
if you're going with sketchy.
Well, let's see. The price difference would be here's the link over here. This is free.
But how could it be? It's a completely free link that's sketchy.
It's not legal.
It'll be.
But
like
how do they make their money?
They don't.
It's just some pirate.
Yes,
sitting
that's exactly
in a
what it is.
cornfield doing this.
It'll be like somebody.
It's weird. I don't know
well, then they got to be ripping you off.
I don't know how a ship got there.
They have to be ripping you off.
It'll be like
There's
somebody
no way
taking
it's
a
free.
video of the TV, or like there are different ways that people will do it.
They got to be snagging something from you.
Well, no, that's the other frustrating thing too. Is I've seen like my buddies who have invited. I've never gone to one of these, but my buddies will like invite friends over, watch the illegal stream, and it's just a video of someone's television.
Yeah.
God, you got to be so desperate for football to watch that.
Well, no. How about what was it?
A video of a TV.
Was it one of the whoever fought Tyson?
That was Netflix though.
Yes, quote fingers
Still
fought.
Sucked.
But one of the illegal streams was someone filming their television. You sad piece of crap.
Yes,
But I mean, like, think about it this way, though. If you invite people over and the only stream you can get is a guy holding a phone to a television, that's what you're going to watch.
I would be so embarrassed, though.
Chintz ass bitch.
Yeah, chintz party.
But then again, we're also bitching about it costs $1,000 to have every access to every game, so I don't know.
Well, you're screwed because you're such an Uber fan.
There are more of me than there are of you.
No, but you're like a fan of a lot of sports.
Yes.
So it's going to really cost you because you're all in on hockey.
Yeah.
You love your hoops.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's always going to cost you a fortune.
Yes.
Where I could do without 99% of it.
Yeah, but you spend money in other ways.
I listen, man.
Should be plastic surgery.
Why, what's wrong with my face?
Nothing at all. If you got Botox, your chin would touch your nipple. Wait, no.
No, if I got Botox.
I don't know. You're ugly is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we just started.
Yeah, you ugly bitch. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, I get that this is not likely. I understand there are arguments as to why this thing has not, does not, will never, has
They
never
seem to get him.
existed. But there are arguments to be made
No, there's not.
as to what.
Where's the evidence?
No, I mean, there's legitimate arguments against your question.
Oh.
Where's the evidence? Because it turns out when it comes to this legendary, do they call him a crypto character, Kimmy?
I'm not really sure who you're talking about.
And I'm not talking about the money here. There are more.
It's folklore more than anything.
No, because if it's folklore, it means it's not real.
Well, that's where I put it.
Okay. We have some of the most sightings of this
Really?
in our area in America.
And this makes no sense considering what the original name of this thing was.
Okay. Well, what? What was the original name?
Well, I don't want to give it away.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Smart Guy.
It was called Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that actually is going to play into what we got in front of us.
Oh.
And it's not your mom. We'll get into that at Bitch Voice Theater next year in the break room. Let's see it. You non-believers look so effing stupid right now
Really?
because he's back.
Mm.
Maybe he never left,
Yeah.
but he's being seen again. And it turns out this legendary character that has lived in the shadows all over the United States and Canada for centuries may have his home base right where we lay our heads.
I am dying to see the video. Because
There
somebody
has
had to
been.
catch it on their camera, right?
Well, Tommy,
Oh, no.
if he wasn't real, how the hell would so many people be sure they witnessed this with their own eyes?
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Or Papa Smurf.
I mean, it's not your best word. It's not your best word.
I think also on the live stream, it's coming off as way more blue
Oh, okay.
than it is even in person. Really got that Papa Blue going today.
I mean, the pants, though.
What?
The pants. Did you rob a mailman on your way to work?
They're very comfortable.
Are they? I would hope they're comfortable. I would hope the reason you're wearing them is they're comfortable.
These are my summer slacks.
Are they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like the thing we're going to talk about in a minute. Going to a Red Wings game today. There might be a Red Wings setting of this thing we're going to talk about because I'm just a swamp-ass little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices running back. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
No, I was an adult. I couldn't do anything about it.
I couldn't.
My name's Tommy, and I learned to defend myself because I'm a bitch-ass bitch. First rule of Fight Club for Tommy is get punched in the face and
can
fall down
leave.
because I'm a scared-ass get punched in the head. Little-ass bitch.
Yes. I had it when I was in Puerto Rico. I had one.
When you were where?
Puerto Rico.
Ooh!
It was a nice trip.
So I have this on my Verizon account
Oh,
already. and it's
do
through
you?
Verizon, and it works
Ooh.
pretty
I'm
good.
ahead of the ball
My
game
name's
here.
Troy. I got things on my phone.
Ahead of the curve,
they call me
Troy.
Future Troy. Back to the Troy.
Don't lose anything.
Oh, Troy McFly.
My money makes money.
Bitch filter.
Pat Duffy, I don't like Stefan Diggs anymore. He's not a very nice person. He puts too many girls on a boat that tries to give him pink cocaine. And that's not a very nice man who hands girls pink cocaine. Because I'm a non-doing pink blow little bitch.
When I was in London,
Hey, you went to London?
I did go to London for that
Ooh,
reason.
Jolly, ooh, I'm foreign boy.
I-
Yeah.
You're too scared.
You know who I'm
You're
talking
so
about.
scared. Who are you talking about?
I can't say
Who
names.
can't say nothing but nothing? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something. I'm a bitch.
Yeah, they went a little fancier. There's like 1,900 square foot. They
High-end modular.
Oh, they're talking about we're like millionaire modular.
they have a place down in Florida in Naples.
King
that they
Mooch.
rent out.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I wanted to dress up like some kind of like low-end lumberjack today that only chops down lemon trees because I'm a little lumberjack-looking little bitch.
Why would
with
you
my
chop
new
down a
little-
lemon tree?
What's that?
Why would you chop down a
Well, they're
lemon
very
tree?
easy to do.
No, but it
Oh.
keeps producing lemons. So you're
Yeah,
not gonna make
seems-
paper out of
yeah.
it. It doesn't even make sense.
Seems pointless.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
There have been more Bigfoot sightings
Wow.
in Western New York.
Okay.
So it turns out New York State has some of the most documented Bigfoot sightings in the United States
Documented.
of America. Yes, in the last few months, they have added a few new ones in the area between us and Buffalo.
Hey,
I have
how
a
do you
question.
document?
That was my question.
Okay,
sorry.
Yeah.
so
like, what
Like-
would-
like-
is there
like,
an
where's the
official
proof?
number you have to call?
So
Yeah.
actually there is. There is a
Oh.
group called the Bigfoot Project. They document sightings and interview people to investigate what they saw. To
So
try
you
and,
provide the video evidence or the
We'll get there.
the footprints
We'll
or
get
maybe
there.
where he took a dump.
We'll get there. Well, yeah, no. It turns out he took a dump in a chair in the break room, and I'm looking at him. He's got eyes in his mouth, and he sucks at comedy. So over the last couple of months, there have been sightings west of Brockport. That seems to be a hot spot.
Yeah.
Outside of Batavia, looks to be a place where Bigfoot likes to chill, and even the greater Rochester area has had its share of sightings. So like I said, according to the Bigfoot Project, which is the group that documents these
Yeah.
sightings, there was a Bigfoot sighting in 1997 near North Grease Road.
Okay.
In 2004, there was a sighting off of Island Cottage Road near the Parkway.
So they're getting closer to civilization.
Well, it seems that area, the Parkway area,
Yeah.
it's a big.
Well, they tend to stick to the main roads.
Well, here's the thing, though.
What?
It's not just isolated to the west side or the main roads. Someone spotted a Bigfoot in East Penfield near English and Mill Roads.
Seems like a busy area.
Yeah, yeah.
There is something, however, Kimmy,
Yeah.
that all of these things have in common.
What's
What's that?
Well, a second ago, coming into this break, somebody said it wouldn't even make sense because of its original name.
It was called Swamp Thing.
All of these
Sasquatch. It was like a skunk. They called it a skunk ape.
Yeah, Swamp Thing.
Because it stunk.
All of the sightings that I just named were in marshy, swampy
Bro,
land.
that ain't Florida.
It's marshy, swampy land.
And by the way, that ain't a swamp. A swamp's got to have like heat and
Marshy.
gators.
We've got marshes.
Swampy
Ain't no swamp.
land where Bigfoot hangs out.
It could be a little swampy.
Hey, what does it eat?
I don't know.
Is it a carnivore?
No, it probably eats like trees and stuff.
Trees and stuff.
Like lemon trees?
Leaves and stuff.
No,
I meant to say
does it eat
leaves
meat?
and
It
stuff.
could. Why would it not?
Because it's like us,
Twigs,
right?
berries.
Maybe. I don't know. We don't know anything about
Well,
it.
it's like a cross between a human and a primate, right?
We don't know anything about it.
Because it looks like man-ape.
You're making a lot of assumptions for something that we don't know anything about.
Well, no. We have documentation.
Oh, we have sightings. We don't have
No,
documentation.
you said you had document.
No.
Yes,
I
you
said no. I said.
We both said.
I
Okay.
said there is a website. Go ahead.
We have information.
All right.
According to Google, Bigfoot
Yeah.
would likely be an omnivore with a diet similar to that of a bear. It would include a variety of plants like fruits, berries,
tourists.
nuts, seeds, and roots, as well as smaller animals like fish and insects.
Okay.
All right. The phone number is
It's a
252
bug-eating moron.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy Muley, on a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being Bigfoot definitely exists.
Yeah.
What is the percentage that there is a Bigfoot or a Bigfoot family wandering our region?
What do I think?
What is the percentage?
It doesn't exist.
0.
Yeah,
Okay.
0.
All right. Kimmy,
Yeah.
what is your percentage?
I'm gonna also say probably 0.
Okay.
I just like with all the
Double zero.
trail cams and
Everybody's got a
people in the
phone.
woods hunting deer. Nobody's ever seen tracks. Nobody's ever caught that thing.
Nobody
on a
pulled
trail
their phone
cam.
out.
Okay. It's not 0.
It
The
is
percentage
0.
is not 0.
0.001.
Because you have no physical evidence.
You cannot say for sure that this thing does
Okay.
not exist. We have bears around here. How often do you see an actual bear?
No, but every now and then somebody does.
Understood, but there's a ton
but there
of
are
bears.
bears. There's a bear at a zoo.
Sure.
We know about bears.
Yeah, but bears are dumb enough to get caught and end up in the zoo.
Maybe it was a bear walking on its hind legs.
Look,
that does happen.
I agree with both of you. This is bear expert Kim.
Yeah, like when I'm circus
yeah,
bears
sometimes
on a
like they
tricycle
walk around. It's kind of
with the
funny
fez
looking.
on.
I agree with both of you that this sounds silly. And I'm not here to jump on the Bigfoot lives camp.
I also don't know what would be
But,
scarier.
sorry.
Sorry.
It is also dumb to say, with conviction, there is no way that this exists because there is so little that we still know about the world around us. Because there have been other animals that today we weren't familiar with 10 years ago that it turns out they existed and
Yeah,
we
that's in,
found
like,
them.
the depths of the ocean where we've never been.
But we
other
end up
places.
finding them.
Yeah, so maybe we're just waiting to find this one.
This is going to be the
Pretty big
most
one.
elusive thing in the last 50 years in the world.
It would be, yeah.
That not only is it's just a stupid animal, but somehow it's crafty enough never to be photographed.
Also,
Yes.
It's smarter than Sean Penn.
if you believe in Bigfoot, if you believe Bigfoot is a thing, is that different than like the people who think there's like a Yeti? Because that's
the same
also-
thing.
That's like cold weather Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could be just a different version.
Yeah,
of
it's
that.
pretty much.
Yeah, right? I don't know. I mean,
But
like,
are
you know.
those like do those go hand in hand? Like if you believe in one, you got to believe in the other.
Well, let's put it this way.
Why wouldn't you?
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, human beings look different based on where their people were from in the world.
You know that's right, buddy.
Folks from hotter climates have darker skin, right? I mean, there's thicker skin for people who live in. I mean, there's a difference.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Why would that
There's
be any different for a
variations.
Bigfoot?
Absolutely.
Same with bears, same with tigers, same with bobcats, all of these things. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There have been more Bigfoot sightings over the last 18 months in western New York. They are documented by a website called the Bigfoot Project, and it seems the hot spot is between the tip of Brockport
Yeah.
and the beginning of Buffalo, all spaces in between there. But there have been 3 Bigfoot sightings since 1995 in the greater Rochester area, 97 on North Greece Road, near North Greece Road, 2004 off of Island Cottage Road near the Parkway, and East Penfield near English and Mill. All 3 of those things they have in common, marshy, swampy land.
They need water.
I mean,
mushy water.
Whether or not these things exist, the people who claim they saw something, they believe it.
How come hunters never shot one?
Some hunters do see Bigfoot. At least
Why did they
think
bag one?
Well, because I don't think you're alled to shoot it.
It's not Bigfoot season.
Wait, did you just say they're not allowed,
You're not allowed
to
to shoot
shoot
Bigfoot.
a myth?
I mean,
You're not allowed to shoot
You can
Bigfoot.
also
Not allowed to
keep-
shoot.
you can't bag a unicorn either.
Do you have a Bigfoot tag? Do you?
Nobody.
You're under arrest.
If I'm a hunter
Yeah.
and I'm seeing that son of a bitch, I'm dropping him like JFK, man. I'm going to be the first one to bag one and drag him out of the woods.
Okay, but let's talk about hunters. Hunters are conservationists. They want things to thrive. You're not going to kill
But they
this
also
animal.
like a trophy.
You're not going to kill this thing.
I want his head on over my fireplace.
But what if that's the only
or
one?
stuffed like it was a grizzlies.
What if there's so few of them that we...
But we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. So let's say you kill the one in the area. You're going to be responsible for being that guy?
I would do it. You wouldn't bag it?
No, I wouldn't want to shoot it.
Why?
How do you-
I mean, if you're a hunter, you're used to killing animals.
How do you know that bullet would take it down? Now you just piss this thing off.
Well, bro, you pump them full of lead.
Okay. Again, there
like Dillinger.
There are animals you could shoot. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. We got folks writing us on Instagram and Facebook message. Let's talk to Joseph. Joseph, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Okay. I've seen Bigfoot on Sayal Street.
Thanks, buddy.
I-
Yep, now I have radio in the background. I don't even want to know
Yeah,
where the hell
it's
that's
not gonna be
going.
good.
No, it's not.
Not going to be good.
Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
So I was calling because at one of my old jobs, I've never seen Bigfoot. I'll just say that now. But this guy I used to drive by his place all the time out in Jamestown. They used to have. He was like a Bigfoot, super big into Bigfoot and all that stuff. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's all the way out there. I think there is a possibility exists just because there's been extinct species that we thought were completely gone that they've found. So,
I mean, he makes a valid point. As much as you dislike Ben,
Did they just find
I
like,
like Ben.
like a Wolverine or something? Remember we were talking about like there was an animal they found out west that they thought was extinct. For
yeah, the
like
Hugh
years.
Jackman. Yeah. Tommy doesn't get that joke. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for laughing. Ben, I'm going to
Have
let
a good
you.
one,
Thank
guys.
you. There goes Ben.
But those are usually smaller animals that they rediscover.
Okay, look, I'm not a believer in Bigfoot, all right? But to say that the chance it exists is zero is a stupid thing.
That's
to
an evolved animal that walks upright.
Well, it wouldn't
And-
be. It would
yeah.
be less evolved than we are.
Yeah, but it's evolved past. It's between us and the dumber
again.
animals.
You
It's the
sound,
bridge.
You sound like the dumb animal because you're just making a bunch of assumptions on things that people have said before. We know nothing about.
Because most animals don't walk upright. It's the only, us, and that's it.
Well, no, meerkats can walk upright.
No, but we walk up.
There are lizards that walk upright. You want me to start naming upright walking
No, but they
animals?
don't
There are
walk
animals
like
that
that all the
can
time.
walk
We
upright.
walk upright
How do you-
with our genitals exposed. We're the only animals that do that.
By the way, you're making assumptions. You only know that because we look at them. What happens what if we turn our head and every animal
Animals
walks
walking
upright?
upright,
Yeah.
we're not looking.
Right, yeah, bears. Oh crap! Get on all fours. Joey writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF. The easiest way to get us. The first experts say one of the theories is Bigfoot is an alien race because Bigfoot sightings and craft sightings happen in the same area around the same time. There is an app that shows where UFOs are sighted and tons of Bigfoot sightings around those.
So when you see these sightings, they're usually like you see.
When you see these sightings coming,
Yeah, it's a.
The video.
well, you got to call the Department of Redundancy
Yes.
Department.
They're walking around by themselves, right?
Yeah.
So where's the mother? Where's the cubs? Where's the babies? Where's like little baby Bigfoot? Because usually like when you see a bear walking, right, the mama, she's got like 3 or 4 in tow.
Well, that's
So-
if she's had kids.
Well, how are we reproducing these things?
Maybe
Where
it's
are they?
just
Where are the
linked
babies?
for,
Where are the
like-
mothers? Where's the den?
There are animals that abandon their kids as soon as they're born.
Yeah.
Don't talk about the Irish like that. That's terrible.
No, but it's like it's asking the same question. If somebody saw you walking down the street with your dog, where's his wife? Where's his kids? How does it exist?
But I would
What
go
is-
home to my wife.
What is it? But they wouldn't. You're not going to follow you home. They wouldn't know that. They'd be
So
scared of
we
you.
never-
Who is this weird creature that I'm looking at?
So we have no sightings of a baby or a smaller Bigfoot, like a toddler.
How would you know what is the baby and what isn't?
Well, it would look like the daddy,
Well, what is?
upright but smaller version.
No, but again, like maybe all the big ones we've seen are babies. Maybe they're effing huge, man.
also they're really big.
Taller than the trees.
Yeah, this is such a load.
Okay, look again.
Which, by the way, where's their load? Where do they take dumps?
I-
Nobody's ever ran into a Bigfoot dump.
How do you know? How do you know that what dump you thought came from a bear or a bobcat or something was actually a Bigfoot dump? How do you know?
I don't know.
You don't, and that's just it. Like you smugly sit here and
but
ask these
animal
questions,
dumps all
but-
look different
Yeah, how would you know what a Bigfoot dump looks like if you've never seen a Bigfoot take
because
a
it
dump?
would look unusual.
How much dump could a Bigfoot dump if a big dump could dump foot?
Dump.
Dan writes us on Instagram.
Oh, Danny dumps.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. 2 of my dad's friends in separate hunting trips both swear they saw a Bigfoot. One in Albion, one in Holly.
And they didn't shoot it.
He goes on, Tommy, these guys are not crazy. I don't have any other ghost beliefs or anything like that. This was a long time ago, and they can still detail everything they saw.
And it didn't pop it.
What
That's what he says.
What would bother you more?
Hold on real quick.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page here, because we heard the hot spots are between Brockport and Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Albion and Holly are both between Brockport and Buffalo, right?
Technically, yeah,
Is
Holly, yeah.
Holly a little more north? I don't know.
What?
What more proof do you need? Sorry, Kim.
There you go.
What would bother you more? Because I know, like, you probably, if somebody came to you and said, "I've seen Bigfoot," like, you'd call them crazy. But like, there are also people that claim that they've have ghost encounters
Yeah.
and things like that. Of all those kind of strange occurrences, like, which one would bother you enough where you would think that guy's nuts?
The ghost.
Yeah, ghost
The
is
ghost would
ghost
bother
is
you
always
more than
number one.
Bigfoot?
Yeah, because it's not out of the question. Again, I don't believe Bigfoot exists, but it's
Yeah.
not a 0%. To me, 0% for ghosts.
But but you could make the same argument for ghosts that you're making for Bigfoot. Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, no, because ghosts don't take dumps. How would you find them that way?
Oh, Ghost Dump?
Yeah. One of the worst Cosby movies of all time. Actually, now all of the Cosby movies are the worst Cosby movies
But
of
I'm
all
going to
time.
say there are way more people that have had paranormal
Oh, yeah,
experiences
for
than
sure.
Bigfoot experiences. And
Okay.
you're going to call Ghost Guy crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I put Ghost Guy number one.
Because-
I put
Ghost
Bigfoot
Spirit
way
Guy
above
number
Ghost
one.
Guy.
And Spirit Guy.
But again, it's like we talked about. There are animals that we thought never existed or had been extinct that we discover again. Like that exists. That has happened. We've never had proof of a spiritual realm.
What about Alien? Where do you throw that in?
Well, I mean, now they're doing like congressional hearings on alien sightings. So
Because
I
that's
don't-
what we should be working on.
Bulo writes us
they're
on,
French.
on Instagram. Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Sasquatch Chronicles, episode 419. Must be a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it. Life-changing lesson.
Wow.
Yeah, so listen to Bulau.
You heard it on a podcast.
The Western New York Scouts, according to Cheryl, have a whole day in January dedicated to Yeti events, and there are sightings
What, the Boy Scouts?
around the event. Yeah, this is, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Here's-
they go looking for it or something?
Well, it just says there's an event.
It seems
I
kind of
don't
dangerous for a young man.
know. Okay, well, how do you know? How do you know?
Because they could get attacked.
How do you know it's an aggressive animal?
I don't. It looks mean.
Panda bears look mean. Those things aren't aggressive, are they? Are
No,
panda-
pandas are nasty.
Are they? Are you sure?
Yeah, remember I told you about that Asian kid when he got the backpack
Yeah,
pulled?
that's one video, and I think they just wanted the backpack.
He still almost killed the kid.
Do you know how good Asian snacks are? They sell them everywhere now.
Yeah,
Have you
they
been to Eastery? They got a whole
Oh.
store full of just Asian snacks. They sell like Pringles with like KFC chicken in the Pringles.
Damn.
I don't blame the panda.
All right.
Giant pandas are generally known for being gentle and docile.
They got
Ah.
teeth.
He's got teeth, don't he?
Yeah. And claw.
Don't you want this to be true?
What would you do with it? So let's say you found Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And it's just this big, stupid, half man, half ape animal, and you put him in the zoo.
It's like you said.
And then he's standing right next to the gorilla and the elephant.
That's not what you would do with it. If
What
this,
would you do with it?
If this thing actually existed,
It doesn't mean he's smart.
oh my God, it is a key to unlock potential things about who we are, where we've come from, what we've done, things like that. Also, even if it's not true, the idea that it could be happening around here, this would be a good thing for us.
For tourism.
Yes, it would increase tourism.
So you would have to, like, cage him.
No, you idiot.
Well, how else would
I'm
it
not
be
saying
tourism?
catching it. I'm not saying
Okay, but
catching
you're saying
it.
like send people into the woods to go look for it.
I'm
which
sa-
also
no,
seems
no.
like
All right,
No.
all right, go
a
ahead.
bad idea.
Leaning into us being the Bigfoot site capital of America.
Yeah.
Yes, Kimmy, there would be people that would want to go search
Like
the
an
woods.
Area 51.
There would also be people like you and I who travel down the road that would go out of our way to go to Bigfoot Town, USA.
Oh, yeah.
And take a picture with a bunch of guys walking around in Bigfoot costume.
But that's how bored I was on the road.
But that's, look, man, Metropolis, Illinois is the
I know.
tiniest town you've ever been. They are the home of Superman.
Yeah.
That town is nothing but a street light, an elementary school, a McDonald's, and 15 Superman museums. And every time I drove through there, it was packed. Why would you not want
Okay, let's
people
do it.
coming? No, because you sit here good.
But the whole draw to Bigfoot is the mystery. And if you made Bigfoot Town where there's just a bunch of freaking Sasquatches walking around, that kind of takes away from the whole idea of the mystery of Bigfoot.
Yeah, what other mysteries could exist where they built an entire Area 51 in Nevada?
Yeah, you can't go there though.
You can go to the town out of it, and it's all museums and things.
Museum to dings.
Museums and things, which is where you buy all your museum stuff when you open up your museum. All right, let's take a break.
All right, be aware out there. He's out there.
I mean, look, the sightings are there. God, what I would give if you were murdered by a Bigfoot.
Showed up in his backyard.
God, like,
No, I heard they're very docile animals.
They
They just
normal-
they eat insects and berries and itch their ass.
they normally are, but he just heard what you said about
He's
him.
mad.
He's coming for you.
All
That's
right.
all he has in the woods is one transistor radio tuned into the break.
Wow, look at that.
Because we do Bigfoot humor, but now he's pissed. Hate mail of the week. If he could write, that would be our hate mail of the
All
week
right.
next week. Let's take a break. Tommy, you said this morning that hot dogs are low-end food for low-end people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if that's like you're out and about food, not like cooking it on a grill for the holidays. It's low food.
Which, by the way, cooking it on the grill is cheaper than buying it from somewhere.
I know, but it's like tradition.
Okay. There is one of the most popular grocery stores in America is in some very serious trouble.
What happened?
These companies that actually own these foods, say that this grocery store is trying to trick people into buying their versions. And there are two types of people.
Oh, they're a store brand.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
And there are two types of people in this world. Folks who buy name brand
Yeah.
and folks who buy store brand.
Yes.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. One of the most popular grocery stores in America
Yeah.
is in some trouble this week.
What happened?
They're in trouble for alleged deception,
Ooh.
even though every consumer knows what they're buying.
Yeah.
And we know because buying these says something about you personally. You are either one of these people
Yeah.
or you're not. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now. You can head on over to the contest page at WCMF.com.
Ooh, what am I going to get?
Enter for a chance to win a Grand Slam ticket 4-pack to see your Rochester Red Wings as they take on Jacksonville for a matinee game
Nice.
at Innovative Field on June 12th. First pitch is at 1:05, and word on the street is a very handsome, tall, bearded man will be throwing out that first pitch.
Wow.
Yeah.
I never see Spazzano with a beard.
Tall
Or tall.
or
They have
handsome?
He's a good-looking man.
I didn't say he wasn't.
But you kind of your voice kind of
What are you
tailed
talking
off.
about? No, he's very handsome. He's a handsome man.
Like you questioned.
I would make out with Scott Spazzano is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, what's holding you back? I'll walk you down there now.
Why do you need to walk me down?
Make sure you do it.
Hello, Scott.
Do it, both of you.
This man would. I'd like to watch you two make out,
Tongue him.
please.
Tongue him.
This has gone too far. Way
Go-
too far.
Go win a pair of tickets to the Red Wings game and don't make out with Scott Spazzano with your friends in the break room on CMF. Aldi's, the discount grocery chain,
Yeah.
is facing a lawsuit from the snack food maker who produces Oreos, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter.
So what's the problem?
Company says that the packaging that Aldi's uses to sell their knockoff version of those products is almost exactly the same as the packaging the actual company uses. We're
It'll
talking
trick ya.
Yeah, we're talking photos,
Yeah.
colors, size, all this stuff. And it's not the first time that Aldi has been accused of this. Last year, they were found guilty of doing the same thing with packaging for snack food knockoffs they were selling for young babies.
Okay.
Puffs.
Yeah.
You're familiar with the Puffs.
Oh, yeah.
These companies want Aldi to make it so consumers know they are not buying the actual products that Aldi themselves are knocking off. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Everyone who is buying these Aldi version products, packages or not, know what they're buying.
Right.
Because there is a massive difference between people who are willing to buy knockoff store brand food and people who are willing to spend the money on name brand.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are you a knockoff connoisseur or do you need the Cadillac of snack food?
Oh.
Do I even need to ask you?
Well, I'll tell you because I was one and then I switched.
Oh.
I was on one team. I went to the other team.
Really?
So when I was, working in the grocery business, I never bought store brand because it was always low grade.
Never generic.
Never touched it.
Okay.
It was Del Monte or bust. But now I'm straight Wegmans.
So you buy Wegmans
has
brands.
spoiled you.
Yeah, so I go straight Wegmans across the board.
All right, so you buy knockoff brands. So then if you went into an Aldi's, you'd buy their brand.
No, I only do it for Wegmans.
It's not the same. And it's
Why is it not the
The
same?
brand you know.
No, here's what pisses me
No,
off.
because they're like top shelf.
No,
man.
see, he thinks that the Wegman stuff is better because he's been so brainwashed.
Well, some of the Wegman stuff is pretty close to
premium.
the original. I mean, like they do a really good job of replicating that more expensive brand.
I'm not saying
in
it's,
most cases.
I'm not saying it's not good. The Wegmans brand is good. What is happening here is him
It's better.
being a priss-ass stuck-up bitch.
It's better.
Because he's been brainwashed. He won't buy knockoff stuff at any other grocery
No,
store.
I will not.
Only the Wegman stuff because in his head, he believes that it's better.
They do their research.
The type of people...
They send those guys over to
No, they don't.
the Globe to figure
I
this
worked
stuff
at
out.
Wegmans. I never met
They
anybody...
were sending your busted ass low end scoop boy over to Scoopsville
Scoopsville.
to go to Scoop College.
Next to... I mean, Kimmy, the people I'm talking about,
Yeah.
and Tommy does not include himself in this, are people who have decided, I will take a slight step down in quality to save the money.
The price is way different.
Yeah.
See,
But you won't do that. So you're not this person. You're a stuck-up, priss-ass, East Side, turquoise shirt-wearing, bitch-ass bitch.
I'm a Wegman snob. Can I say that?
I mean,
Yeah.
you could just take Wegmans out of it.
Yeah.
Save some time.
Snob.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I am all for buying an off-brand of something, but I have to try it first. Like I have to be introduced to that snack before the purchase. So like some of that stuff at Aldi's, it looks like the real thing, but I'm not gonna buy it until I try it.
So
first.
you're not going to risk your own money.
No,
on
like
something.
I got to hear about it from somebody else. I got to try it somewhere, or I'm probably not going to risk it, but I'm open to it.
All right.
So all these is all off brand, right? There's no name brand.
No, they sell name brand in
do
there.
sell
They
name
do?
brand
Yeah.
stuff.
Only
Yeah.
like when they can get a hold of it like in bulk, though, right?
No,
Like, it's not always there.
I think it's always there.
Oh.
It's pretty consistently there. Sometimes they'll switch it up, but yeah,
Yeah.
they do have name brand stuff.
They give you the option. That's why this company is suing them, because they're putting their products right next to these.
Because they kind of, all of them kind of do this anyway. If you look at all their products
Yeah.
of store brands across the board, they always try to match it pretty close. And they put it right next to the other one.
I will say this. I saw the packages. Again, I don't think anyone is being fooled into buying the Aldi brand thinking they're buying the name brand, but they are almost identical packages.
But if you look at a Wegmans bottle of ketchup and a Heinz, it's the same shape, dimension, the color scheme. It's pretty much the same thing.
But I heard Wegmans ketchup's better than Heinz.
So they do.
Shut up.
So they do they go to the tomato research.
Oh, they really? They go to the
Did you do a
tomato.
ketchup tasting?
You're an idiot.
Which would be, gross.
All right, Tommy, I got a question.
Yeah.
Let's say, with Aldi facing this lawsuit for allegedly mimicking too closely the name brand snack foods packaging. Let's say you walk into somebody's home.
Yeah.
They open up a bag of President's Choice chips. They lay out some chocolate Cremos for you to snack on.
Cremos.
They're not Oreos, they're Cremos. What do you think about that person?
That's low.
Okay.
But that's a busted ass event. Like, if you invite somebody to your house and you're breaking out your Aldi's bag garbage.
But that would be the time to use the
Chips
knockoff
Ahoy.
stuff. What, your mom was there? That would be the time to use the knockoff stuff, Kim, because you have to buy it in bulk for more people.
Then don't have people over if you can't afford
or
it, man.
like,
I don't want your low
whether
end
it's-
chintz party.
Whether it's Aldi's, BJ's, Costco, like people will go
Kirkland's
out
Best.
of their way to buy that stuff for parties and
What's
stuff.
it called?
Kirkland's Best is the Costco
Yeah,
brand.
Of like chips?
Of everything.
Oh.
So you
Everything
may have
is-
had it and not even known you were eating an off-brand.
Yeah, and there are people, Kimmy, that
My
swear.
ass will know when I'm trying to pass it.
There are people that swear that these knockoffs are better than the products they're emulating.
That's what every cheap ass person says.
Yeah, I gotta-
I'm going to tell you something. For dollar,
Uh-huh.
I'm not giving them my $2.
Uh-huh.
I could buy a $1 bag of chips. It may not be as good as yours.
No,
I got a family of 4 and a wife who's a little plump.
I can't feed a family
Family of 4 on your sausage.
No, I hear you. I got a buddy that just tried to argue that he spends less money on Wegmans brand because it's better. You're this guy. You are
But
this guy.
Wegmans is top shelf.
Oh, Wegmans is actually good. It tastes good. Everything else. Aldi specifically gets great ratings from their customers about how close to the name brand their knockoffs
Because
are.
they're poor people with low taste buds.
Okay. Kimmy, do you judge knockoff snack food buyers?
No, because sometimes those people are the ones that discover the best snacks.
Preach, sister.
I have been convinced by the off-brand snackers.
Off-brand
And now
snackers?
some of those snacks have become like my go-to snacks.
What's your top off-brand snack?
Okay, so
She's just been waiting for you
so-
to ask that
I'm
question.
giving you one. I got to hear it.
It's funny you ask. No, so going back to Wegmans started making their version of like the Cheeto,
Oh.
and they make a jalapeno cheddar Cheeto
Ooh.
that is top notch.
You know why they have that?
It's like the puffy
They did
Cheetos.
the research.
Shut up. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF. I see you guys sitting on hold. I want to ask this question, and I want you guys to think about it before we go to take a call. What stuff will you refuse to buy knocked off? What product do you have to have the name brand? 252-WCMF, while we're thinking. Let's talk to Jimmy. He's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Not bad.
What's up?
So, they're both name brand, but I prefer Hell of a Good chip dip over Bison, and my wife, she prefers the Bison chip dip over the Hell of a Good.
But those are both name brands.
Yeah, they're both name brands, Jim. You're both spending a premium on those chip dips, buddy.
I know, it's like we buy all different brands, so it doesn't matter. But I mean, it's just it's weird how she likes a one chip dip compared to what I like.
Crazy in your house,
No,
man.
yeah, I was just
Good thing
saying.
you don't have a gun.
I mean, let's not laugh. There could be chip dip arguments that lead to shootings these days. So, Jim, do you have each of those chip dips
You have
in your
own
fridge at all
snack
times?
Spots.
Yes,
Wait, you spend double on chip dip?
How fat are you people?
not bad.
Not fat. Not fat.
If you got 2 dips in your fridge at the same time, your ass is huge.
Oh, it's one of my favorite Foxworthy bits.
What's that? If you got more than 2 cups of dip in your house, you may be a lard ass.
Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, Kimmy?
Yeah.
The number one food you will not buy knocked off is?
I mean, we've talked about this, but Oreos.
Oreos,
I
that's
have
number
not-
one, yeah.
I have yet to see a brand that has replicated the Oreo cookie.
It is pretty remarkable that
Precisely.
Oreo has cornered the market on delicious
You
cookies.
can't make those better, I'm convinced.
Which is ironic
Yeah.
because Oreos themselves are a knockoff of Hydrox cookies from back in the day.
Okay.
Which, could you pick a less appealing name for a
Hydrox?
cookie? Hydrox.
Yeah, it does sound gross.
Sounds like a laundry detergent.
Yeah.
But no, there has never been, and I don't think ever will be, a knockoff store brand that even touches an Oreo cookie. Does not exist.
Okay.
But I think, Kimmy, past the Oreo, and I agree with you there, the number one for most people they will not sacrifice for knockoff brand is soda.
Well, everybody's got they're
But-
usually pretty brand loyal.
Yeah, Coke or Pepsi over
Yeah.
Wegmans
do you
Cola or
think
President's Choice or
People
whatever.
now are looking for soda alternatives, so they're willing to accept different brands of soda.
I think the soda alternatives they are looking for are actually more expensive. The poppies and the bubblies, not like it tastes like Coca-Cola, but it
True.
doesn't, right? And like the weird thing is, too, we've never seen a store that has nailed a knockoff soda. We've also never seen a store try knockoff beer. Why has that not happened?
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, like a
like a
light beer.
Wegmans beer.
Or
Maybe it's
Walmart
too
or
much
whatever.
to
Yeah.
produce. It costs too much to produce.
But Kimmy, you can get a Wegmans brand soda,
Yeah.
juice, bottled water, seltzer.
Yeah, any kind of beverage.
And like Walmart has the money to do it. Target did have the money to do it till just recently. Why
I
would
don't
you not
know.
take a swing? President's Choice
Maybe
Ale?
people are too loyal to their beer.
Okay. I would argue people are way more loyal to a soda than they are to an alcohol. People will drink whatever beer gets put in their hand most
Yeah.
of the time. No?
But if you're buying it regularly, I'm guessing you have a go-to.
Okay. What about breakfast cereal? Will you buy knockoff breakfast cereal? You
Well,
won't. You know,
well, it's not my game.
I know it's not.
I,
your game.
you know
But
what?
this, again, you just sit there quietly while the adults
No,
talk
I'll
about
tell you,
food.
there's one thing that I will not. I will only buy a name brand that's a beverage,
What's
What?
and I can get it at Wegmans, and it's coffee.
that? Oh.
I'm not. I get a specific brand of coffee, and I don't deviate.
Okay,
and
well,
it's not a Wegmans.
That's weird because I heard Wegmans sent everybody that works there to Columbia to learn how to do coffee.
Bro, Wegmans does have a great line of coffee.
They have a coffee bar in the Wegmans.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And I frequent it.
And you won't buy their coffee.
No, because I'm locked into this other brand. I am locked into this brand of Italian coffee, and that's it. I will not touch
You
any
are
of it.
such, and I know that it's not any better than the store brand.
It is.
It's
It's
not.
the way it's ground.
Oh, is it the way it's ground? It's
It's-
the way they got it.
Because if it's not ground right, it doesn't come out.
If it's not ground, it doesn't come out
Like
good.
there's that, and you brought up detergent, and there's only one detergent I'll buy.
You won't buy store brand
No,
detergent. Are
I
you
did. I did for
serious?
years, but I went and I go top shelf Rolls Royce of detergent.
That is priss ass.
That is weird too, because don't you get like a lot of your wardrobe? Isn't like it all dry cleaned?
No,
for
but
the
like
most
my
part?
britches
I'm
and
as-
socks.
Wait, you
and-
won't use store brand detergent for socks and underwear?
No, I go Tide.
We only buy the Wegmans pods in our house.
No,
Only.
we go Tide.
We go Tide. Again,
I
that
think
is your
we switch
brain.
it up every time. I don't even think we
No,
stay
Tide is the man.
consistent.
Tide is the man.
Tide makes your clothes look new.
252W. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kim.
I was gonna say, do you think? Because you know how picky your kids can be about things. Like they could tell the difference immediately if you try to sneak something cheaper in. So do you think like a family would be more likely to buy the generic version or the real version just because? I mean, you're going to save more buying the generic, but your kids may not eat it.
Here's the key to that. You introduce them to generic as the first foods they
Early
eat.
on.
I'm not even kidding.
You got to break them in early.
Yeah, it's almost like a vaccine.
Yeah.
Right? You get it in early. That way they are immune to more expensive snack
Oh
foods.
yeah, if I gotta buy for 5-6 people, I'm going chintz.
No, really? Like a party like I brought up that you said?
Yeah, but I'm not a family of 6. I'm not a chintz breeder.
252 WCMF.
Breeding out little chintzes.
We had asked a second ago the food item you will not buy generic.
Yeah.
Will not buy. Tommy won't buy coffee, even though he drinks Wegmans coffee every single day. Chuck's on CMF. Hey, Chucky, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. Hey, you were talking about store brand beer. In the early 80s, there was generic beer out, and it did not do well.
Okay. Who made it?
I have no clue. The only thing I ever used generic beer for is when we went skiing, downhill snow skiing. We would put the beer cans in the snowbank in front of the car because nobody would steal those beers, and we could grab cold beer at the bottom of the run.
Chucky, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Jason writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF. He says Hellman's mayonnaise or nothing.
Yeah, some people get weird about mayonnaise.
Can I tell you,
Yeah.
I was conscious of marketing working on me for the first time ever.
What's that?
After the Duke's Mayo Bowl,
So you would try to Duke's Mayo?
I had to try Duke's Mayo,
Which is a southern mayonnaise, I think, right?
it's a good mayonnaise.
Oh, yeah. Is it like Hellman's?
No, it's not as sweet. I'm sorry, it's not. I thought it was gonna be more like Miracle Whip.
Yeah, which is gross.
I love Miracle Whip. We've had this argument before. We're not gonna have this again. But no, like we've now been consistently buying Duke's Mayo because I watched a guy eat it with a spoon.
All right.
252 WCMF. Going back to the store beer brand. Hey,
Yeah.
Kyle, how are you, buddy?
Hey, when I was in college, they had a grocery store had just a beer for sale. It was like half the price of normal, just generic or brand name beer. All it said was light beer, 12% or whatever. 3.5.
It just said
No
light
name.
beer on the can.
No name.
Just said light beer, and like didn't even have basically a label on it. It was just silver and like light blue and said light beer, and it was always up front and room temperature and by the can.
Was it drinkable?
No, it's terrible, but we were so
You
poor
can
in
clean
college,
your
we didn't care.
paintbrushes.
All
I
right,
mean, that would be the demographic to market to,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, busted ass kids.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, thanks for the call, buddy. Mark writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. All these Oreos are so close to actual Oreos, you can't tell the difference after dipping them in milk. Shut up, whore. You don't know, Mark, what you're talking about. How dare you? And then I think this is another big one before we move on.
What's that?
Because like there are some brands that are so dominant in American psyches,
Yeah, yeah.
like Coca-Cola.
Sure,
things
they're
like
institutions.
that. Nick writes us, my GD wife will only have Hershey syrup. I even tried to put off-brand Hershey. Excuse me, try it again. I even tried to put off-brand Hershey in the container. She's like a goddamn forensic scientist.
Okay, I gotta ask a question.
Yeah.
What adult has like their go-to syrup?
Well, even if it's something you don't eat often.
No, but it sounds
when
like
you
this
do
was like-
want it. You want the real thing.
No, it sounds like this is like in rotation.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're a Sunday maker, if
Yeah.
you drink chocolate milk, which by the way,
Any
as-
adult that drinks chocolate milk is a psycho.
I hate is a psycho,
Psycho?
like a psycho.
Psycho.
Psycho. He's a psycho.
Psycho.
I hate to break it to you. Chocolate milk is making a comeback because of the
Because we're getting weird.
post-workout benefits of chocolate milk.
Post-workout on what? Boobies?
Gym bros and gym chicks are way back in on chocolate milk.
Yeah, but that's like, isn't that like protein style? Like, it's not just chocolate milk.
No,
is
it's
it?
chocolate milk. is
Chocolate
supposed-
milk.
I've
I'm
not
telling
seen
you right
this.
now.
It doesn't build a body.
You go to any gym that
Chocolate, just chocolate milk.
Kimmy, I don't know the science behind
There's
it. I've
gotta
not
be
read up
something
on
else in it.
Look, I've not read up on it. I'm telling you right now. If you go to any gym that
Chugging
sells
chocolate milk.
if you go to any gym that sells drinks afterwards, they will have chocolate milk because gym bros and gym chicks are back in on chocolate
All
milk.
right. I did not know.
That's weird.
Just letting you know. Let's take a break. Old people, why you lie?
What did they lie about?
All right, so it makes sense that marijuana use by seniors has increased
Oh, sure.
over the last couple of years. Just access to it has become higher. But like, there's no way it has gone up this much.
It could.
New users of marijuana.
Well, bro, think of how easy it is now to get high.
Okay. Well,
I think and that's across the board, edibles, everything, right?
yeah, it could be that.
All right.
Could be that.
Or
it could be you were lying the whole goddamn time. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This has got to be a lie. It has to be a lie.
A lie?
Because as accessible as marijuana is now, you can't tell me this many people this age stopped doing it, never did it, and went, you know what? Now it's legal again. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. According to a new study, marijuana use by seniors nationwide has increased. And that makes sense.
Yeah.
More states have straight up legalized it. It's also become easier to get a prescription in the states that don't have it recreationally.
Nice.
Right? And, I mean, the older you get, some people get a little bit weird about taking certain kind of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, you get over-medicated.
There you go. So folks will turn to marijuana to help with aches and pains and issues and all that stuff. So not surprising, seniors using marijuana is up. What is surprising is in the last 2 years, it's up by 50%.
50%.
50%.
Damn. All right.
You're going to tell me that many seniors were not using marijuana the whole time and lying about it.
Well, there's
Funny, I just discovered this all of a sudden now that it's legal.
What?
all right. Could it be? So you think they've been burning the whole time,
Yes.
but illegal?
100%. Yeah.
Like maybe,
So, but
maybe
there's
not
also-
as much.
All right. So there's also people that now that it might have been a perfect storm of kids out of the house. It's legal.
Oh.
I did it 30 years ago. I'm back around to it because of the aches and pains. And now it's like smokable Advil.
Look, I'm with
But you think they've been just burning the whole time.
I know there are people that got back to it the way you're
Yeah,
describing.
I do
I'm
too.
I'm telling you that
You think-
50% is way too high in 2 years.
To all of a sudden be interested in
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Like, it ain't that they're back doing it again. It is now that they are now comfortable
They're out of the closet.
admitting it. Yes, because there is a silent chunk of people.
Yeah.
Excuse me, not silent. There is still a stigma in certain communities. Statistically, folks over 65 are the most likely to still oppose legalized cannabis.
Yeah.
So you couldn't, if you were doing it illegally,
Yeah.
talk to your friends about it. But
All
now
right.
that you see other people are doing it,
Little hide and puff.
you feel more comfortable.
All
That's
right.
got to be what it is, man. Come on.
I never thought of it that way, to tell you the truth. I just thought like people got back into it because it like popped up on their radar.
I mean, like if I told you people under 65 that marijuana use under 65 increased by 50% in 2 years, you're going to tell me you believe me? Though you would believe those people weren't smoking the whole time?
Well, I kind of put it to like the believe it or not, the sexually transmitted diseases that started spiking all of a sudden in seniors.
Okay.
Because they had time in their hands. They were now hanging
And more
out.
than that in their hands.
Oh yeah, they had grandma in their hands.
Yeah. Ew.
But think about it, like they moved into these senior centers, like that villages in Florida where there's like group activities and stuff like that, and people were sort of hooking up and not wrapping up because they think, I never had to do it before. She's not going to get pregnant.
But I mean, that's kind of different. Like their spouses were dying. You had access to different people.
But I'm thinking that same kind of like, not that they were cheating on their wives the whole time or swinging or just banging everything, but now I guess opportunity showed up.
Okay, I get where you're coming from.
That's
there.
kind of how I thought with the weed.
But with the weed, if we had legalized marijuana federally,
Yeah.
like nationwide, it was available.
Or we'd be stumbling all over each other.
No, the point I'm making is I'd be more likely to believe this 50% number,
Yeah.
which I still wouldn't. But only certain states have recreationally legalized it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it wouldn't even give everyone in America access to it.
It was surprising, like the guys we knew that you never thought got high on a regular basis. They were that straight. They were just, they acted like they could be 35. They acted like they were 70-year-old men, but they got high constantly.
It is funny. You're right. You'll come
And they were
across-
anti-everything.
You almost don't believe them
Right.
when you tell them, right? Like, shut up. No,
Yeah.
you're an
But
idiot.
they did.
I mean, we're both thinking of the same
Yeah.
guy right now.
Oh, yeah.
How dare you?
Mr. Law and Order. Oh, yeah.
So I don't know what percentage of people this would account for, but I do have family members that this applies to, like family members that did get into it at a later age. And it's only because I think the idea of marijuana, they were afraid to smoke it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like the idea of smoking something kind of scared them,
Okay.
I think, for most of their lives. And then when all these other ways of consuming it came out and were made available, they were kind of all in on it.
Okay, and again,
And they were less, it was easier to try, I guess, for the first time.
I understand those people exist. I'm not arguing
Yeah.
that. I'm telling you, it ain't 50% more.
The closet toker.
Exactly. But so here's the thing.
Yeah.
With this study that we have in front of us, that with legalization and recreational marijuana, easier to get prescriptions, that senior marijuana use has increased almost 50% in the last 2 years. The most surprising thing in this study?
What was that?
Senior marijuana use was more prevalent among women.
Really?
I know.
That's a little shocking.
But it also may make sense. One, I think women would be more afraid to break the law.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. Also, you would need to mellow out, too, if you spent your entire day with a guy over 65 years old.
Yeah, true.
Like, think about how stressful that has to be.
Yeah.
But that would also mean either there are a lot of single women that are doing this.
Older single.
Yeah, older single women. Or there are older single women who are getting high without their partners. Because that would mean she did it and he doesn't.
Yeah, that could. Yeah.
That seems strange.
But you could take an edible. You could bake with it. You're not just sitting there, burning one.
No, I get what you're saying.
And he don't.
But like, one, if he's not doing it, is he not doing it because he has a moral opposition? Is he not doing?
I mean, medically, maybe he can't. Maybe
Okay.
A lot of people my age are on like 1 million prescriptions and are afraid to interact with stuff, and maybe she ain't.
Understood. I guess like when it comes to marijuana and couples, I assume that couples wear marijuana together or not at all.
Yeah, it's a couple project.
Is that a fair statement? No?
I don't know. I think I know. I know some older couples who, just one does and one doesn't, or at least they don't as often as the other.
Okay. All right. Maybe
I don't think like they're necessarily against it. It's just not their thing.
But I do like your take on having to deal with an old man. You may need to burn one just to deal with his crap all day.
I would think you'd be pushing gummies on him just to mellow him out too.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, high strung, always moving around, wanting to do stuff all the time, old man, argue about everything. You'd mellow that dude out.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. You have a little over 24 hours left to get your submission in for Rochester's Sexiest Dad 2025 edition. And everything has been going swimmingly.
Mm-hmm.
We have had far less crack dong picks this year than we did last year. We thank you for that. But there has been one situation that I'm trying to find a way to put this into words because it's bizarre. So bizarre, in fact, that the folks who are responsible for dealing with submissions, like going through it, our coworkers upstairs, like sent this to us asking what the hell is going on here.
Oh.
And it appears that there is a woman who does not want her husband participating.
Don't be looking at my man.
And I don't think that's what it is.
Oh. It's not jealousy.
No, well, at least not the way she puts it.
What else could it be?
Bro, she tried to lie. It was only like scam us into getting, we'll explain everything.
Okay.
All of it next here in the break room on CMF. You want a partner that cheers you on.
Yeah.
That's always in your corner.
Mhm.
That goes to bat for you. And even if they don't really believe in you or think you deserve what you want, they can convince you enough when they're lying.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of what we have here. And why this woman would even attempt to do this is bizarre. And I get that maybe she didn't think it would get back to him.
Yeah.
But if she succeeded, the guy would have had some questions, which our company would have had to answer.
Right.
And the fact that she would even want this.
What's her motivation?
I mean, at best, it makes her selfish.
Yeah.
At worst, she's a monster.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Okay, everybody writing us that jumped on YouTube, we are aware that the Odyssey app is down, at least for our show. It's only for our show, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Just us.
just us. We have alerted our engineers, Derek and Dylan, double D's.
Yeah.
They are on it, working as hard as they can. Hopefully, we'll get that back up for you in just a second here on CMF. Okay, so all submissions for WCMF's 2025 Rochester's Sexiest Dad have to be in tomorrow by noon.
Yeah.
We are approaching 40 of the sexiest dads you have ever seen at WCMF.com. And keep in mind, the winner walks away with a watch.
Nice.
Valued at $500 from our friends at Heritage Jewelers. And Kimmy, when we started this a few years ago, I think we envisioned wives and girlfriends being excited to submit their guys.
Yeah, I guess we didn't assume initially that the submissions would come from the dads themselves.
Yes.
We thought it would be more, your dad or your family member, your husband.
Yeah.
That's where that's who would be doing most of the nominations.
Yeah, and I mean, Tommy, it would make sense a woman would want her
Yeah,
husband up there,
sure.
right? You love him. You
Parade
think
him around.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, at the very least, you'd be cheering your guy
Well, you got
on.
to stand by your man.
I mean, Kimmy, we've even seen ladies in the past run like full Facebook
Campaigns, yeah.
Yes. This woman we're going to talk about is not one of them.
Well, she too.
Okay, so we have coworkers here that work in a different department that are running all of the submissions.
Yeah.
They get them, they have to go through them, they have to reach out. There's like a whole legal process to make sure that that person on the website is the person that submitted the
It's
picture.
clean, yeah.
You got it. It's clean. Now I'm looking at some of their pictures. They ain't all clean, bro. So I'm going to leave some names out.
All right.
All right. This came from our listener submission page on WCMF.com. It's a little box you can write us messages.
Yeah.
All right, quote, please remove, and it's the guy's name, from Rochester's Sexiest Dad competition. He no longer wishes to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
But he submitted the picture?
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
All we know here is
Yeah.
the picture was already submitted.
All right, so it's in.
Yeah, and then he was on the website, and then we get this.
She wants to pull it.
Well, we don't know it's she yet.
Oh, okay.
All right. Our coworker upstairs reached out to the guy via the email he gave us when he submitted the picture.
Yeah, what's the problem?
He didn't know anything about this. And she was very confused.
Yeah.
So she then FaceTimed with him to ensure that he was the guy in the picture.
Yeah.
So then she responded to the email left in the submission saying they must be mistaken. We just talked to the guy. He's okay with it. And they got this email in response.
Yeah.
And I know this is confusing. It's bizarre as hell. Quote, blank is my husband. He didn't tell me he was going to do this. My mother and aunt told me his picture was up, and it's been embarrassing. I just talked to him about it.
Yeah.
He'll be reaching back out to request the picture come down. So that was sent on Tuesday. His picture is still on the website.
Okay.
So it seems he did not reach out. And by the way, there was nothing embarrassing about
Yeah,
this.
but say what's the picture?
No, it's just
Standard?
him standing there. And again, I don't want to give away too many details.
Get the shirt on?
I don't want to give away too many details.
All right.
Shirtless or non-shirtless.
All
He's
right.
not embarrassing. He is
Okay.
clothed. He's a normal-looking guy, just a dad. And the only reason we know about this in the room is because our coworker, who was taking all the submissions, was so confused about what was happening, she came down to ask us if we knew anything about it.
So it has to be the wife thinking it's degrading.
That's it, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's embarrassed by it for whatever
She
reason.
thinks it's a
Okay.
You look foolish or something like that.
Yeah.
Or jealousy, I guess too.
Well, she said, okay, I'll read you what she emailed back. My mother and aunt told me this picture is on the website, and it's been embarrassing. I just talked to him about
All right,
it.
so it's degrading
she's
because
embarrassed.
they saw it, they thought it was disgusting or embarrassing, so they put that in her head.
Okay.
Because that's the chain of command, right?
Well,
I didn't think that a married woman with a grown-ass man would go around her husband,
I wouldn't either.
thanks to her mother and aunt, to get his picture off a website
Right.
for a sexiest dad competition.
Could she also be doing it? Because I don't know how familiar this woman is with how the contest works.
Okay.
But we do see for a while how many votes each dad gets as the voting goes on.
So that will be happening next week.
Is she worried that this is going to hurt his ego? Like, is she trying to get ahead of, like, this guy's disappointment?
Okay.
No.
Well,
And I say that
but
only
but
because
here's the thing,
of the,
like, what if his photo is next to somebody with, like, 200 votes and he's got, like, 2? Like,
well, he
she
should
may
have
think,
3, her mother, her aunt, and her, right?
like, she may think, like, this is going to get embarrassing for you. I got to get ahead of this.
that would be a great take, except for the fact that the mother and aunt got involved early and gave her the heads up. So they were motivated to tell her about it.
True.
Which tells me they think it's degrading and embarrassing to me.
All right. So there's a lot of things that are happening all at the same time here that I think we need to talk about. First off, it feels like her going behind her husband's back here is an evil thing to do.
Oh, she's a sneak.
Yeah, well,
she's
yeah,
a straight up
because
sneak.
She's a sneak. She's a sneak thief.
Well,
Yeah.
he's going to notice that his picture's not up there anymore. I would assume if he submitted it, he's, like, keeping an eye on it.
Kimmy, does she have the right to say take it down, do you think, as his wife?
I wouldn't think. I mean, I would without a conversation. It's a little mean.
Do you think she has a right to have that picture taken down?
It's none of her goddamn business.
Okay,
It's a stupid radio contest.
So if your wife did this, she wouldn't have a right to?
If I did
Let's say you're in there, you put your picture up somewhere, you didn't tell your wife, she sees it, she's embarrassed, she goes behind your back and gets it taken down. She wouldn't have a right to do that?
Oh, I'm pissed.
Oh, so you'd say something to her.
No. I'm also in that coward contest, biggest coward in Rochester.
So then
I am crushing.
In that case, you do think she has a right to take
She
it.
doesn't have a right. I just don't want to deal.
Okay.
I am pissed, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
Oh.
I'm going to die on Alcohol Hill.
Okay. Alcohol
Oh,
hill.
hill, calling me still.
Like, I know this is all really stupid.
It's embarrassing, man.
It feels like more than that. Like this is
It's controlling.
like this is a legitimate marriage issue.
Right, because like there's other women involved in this. You know what I mean? There's like tentacles of like conversations going on here behind his back.
Yeah. And I mean, going behind his back is one thing, but I think I'm more bothered by the fact that she didn't believe in him.
Right.
Like she was.
And what does it matter?
Yeah. Well,
what does it matter? Like it's not going to change your life one way or the other, right? It's just a fun little contest.
but you should believe, even if it's a fun, stupid little contest, you should believe in your partner, right?
Yeah.
No.
Unless she doesn't have much. Unless she doesn't think much of the guy.
Oh, but that's what I mean.
That would have to be it.
If I was this guy and I found out my wife did this, I would be devastated.
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy, you want your husband to cheer you on in everything you do, right?
Yeah.
There are things that your husband has done that you think are stupid. You would never say that to his face.
Yeah, sure.
There are things you have done, like your entire career, that he thinks are stupid.
Yep.
He would never say that to your face.
Well,
Okay. I thought it was your job as a husband or a wife or a boyfriend or a girlfriend to constantly lift up your partner.
You had to be Tammy Wynette, man. Stand by your man.
Or woman.
Or woman.
Which, by the way, I would watch that with Tammy Wynette.
Tammy Wynette.
Back in the day, with standing next to her woman.
Oh, that would be very controversial.
Unless,
and would
like-
piss off George Jones. He might shoot them both. I shot them both last week just to watch them die.
It got really dark all this
Well,
time.
you brought her in there with another woman, and
I
George
said
doesn't
that she
play
was
that.
doing lesbian stuff, and
We
you
don't
got her.
tolerate that down here.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
Unless she found, maybe this guy wasn't going to tell her that he was in it. Like maybe she found out about it and was pissed. That's
I mean, no,
why.
that's she didn't know, but she says in the message, in the email.
I mean, because that then she might just be wanting it down out of spite.
I mean, she says in the email that she writes back to our people upstairs. And again, 252 WCMF, if you're just joining us, it's very convoluted. I know it's complicated, but we had to talk about this just because it's so confusing. Guy submits himself for sexiest dad. We don't want to give away names to embarrass anybody. His picture's been up there. We get a submission from our website. The little box says, take this guy down. He doesn't want to be a part of the contest anymore. They then reach back out to this guy with the email he submitted it to. He goes, I don't know where this came from. I would like my picture to stay up there. They email the person back with the email they left and say, you must be mistaken. We talked to him. The woman, it turns out, writes us back, say it's her husband, says it's her husband, that her mother and aunt found the picture.
Look at these two.
She says it's been embarrassing. She says she talked to him. He's going to reach back to take it down. But that was Tuesday. Picture's still there. Our people would have taken it down immediately had he called and said, he's not doing it. She went behind his back. She went behind his back.
Yeah, these two Badinskis got in her ear and, shamed her into doing it.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we go to the phones, Jeff writes us on Instagram, @Duffy on WCMF. She's insecure. She doesn't want women looking at her man, a total control issue.
Could be that checks off all the boxes for sure.
Is that better?
No.
Well, I mean,
none of it's good.
Okay.
There's no good motivation here.
I agree none of it's good. If she's jealous other women are staring at her man, I do feel that's better than being embarrassed your husband wanted to do this.
Doesn't make the cut.
Right?
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo. How are you, buddy? Bob, you there?
Doing good. Yep.
Go
I'm
ahead,
here.
buddy.
Sorry, just taking it off mute.
You're fine.
Yeah, that text was spot on. She's jealous that too many people are going to be looking at him, and he's going to think he's got better options, and she's afraid to lose him.
Okay, but here's the thing. It's not like there's a mechanism for someone to, reach out to him via the website.
Yeah, but it's giving him acknowledgement that, hey, you know what? I'm actually not so bad.
All right. So maybe the confidence that comes with those votes.
Okay, but
yeah.
let's talk about that. Bob, are you married, buddy?
Yep.
Okay. Don't you want your partner to feel confident?
Oh, yeah, but she doesn't want to lose him. Maybe she's not the attractive one in the couple.
Okay, look at it. Okay, no, I'm not going to say that. All right, so Bob, if your wife did this to you, would that be enough to end the relationship? And Bob's gone.
We lost Bob?
So, yes.
That's it. Sounds like a yes. I mean, you want a confident partner, right?
Yeah, but you don't want a cocky partner.
Yeah, there's a fine line because you do. We've seen people here have a major physical change, like men and women, and they become completely different people when that cockiness sets in.
Okay,
like the confidence leads to cockiness, leads to just being
a dick,
a kind of a dick.
Yeah.
So then you agree with her?
Yes.
Wait, no, not Kimmy. You agree with
the idea that could be why she wants it down.
If she wants it down because of the confidence, then you agree she should have done what she did because she doesn't want to be in a cocky dick.
Well, I agree with her. I mean, if she wanted him out, I disagree with her method.
But wanting him out
because he's walking around as King Cocky around the house.
Thank you for adding the Y there.
I got it, man.
Really? That would.
I could see that as a motivation because to Kimmy's point, it's like a completely different person. Like you want Jekyll and Hyde on me.
Okay.
I mean, that does kind of change the dynamic of a relationship. You have a completely different personality now. You're not the same guy.
Alicia writes, well, no, that's not fair. If I gain confidence because I improve myself.
Confidence is
oh my
fine.
God. No,
but when confidence versus every woman wants me.
Yeah, like you're just a braggadocious dick.
By the way, newsflash. The ugliest guy in the world thinks every woman wants them. Like
yeah,
it ain't gonna.
But this would.
He's saying it.
This would validate that.
Because we were
feeling.
talking about guys that get into shape, drop the pound. Next thing you know, like the wardrobe changes, the attitude changes,
the relationship
suffers.
Everything
changes, and women too. We've known with women that have gone through major cosmetic changes, and then next thing you know, she's out the door.
We'll go back to the phones in a sec, 252-WCMF. Alicia writes us on Instagram, @Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Obviously, this Karen and her husband are in witness protection, and you blew their cover. Now they have to move again. That would be actually the best case scenario here. By the way, if people are now screenshotting pictures of the dads to guess which one it is, you're all wrong. You have not guessed which one it is yet.
Well, keep going.
And I'm not going to tell you anyway. 252-WCMF, let's talk to Redneck. Hey, Redneck, how are you, buddy?
How's it going this morning, guys?
Good.
So this would definitely be a deal breaker. So I don't understand why her issue is that other women are looking. I mean, are they introverts?
Well, no, here's the thing. Hold on. Time out.
Live under a rock?
Time out. We're just speculating because she initially wrote us that she was embarrassed by the whole thing, or wrote our upstairs people.
Right. Well, she's embarrassed because she doesn't want other people looking at her man, which if she has that good looking of a man, why? And you're with him, why wouldn't you want people to look at him in an admiring manner and be like, damn, she did pretty good, da-da-da-da-da. Why not?
All right, so when are you going to...
Why wouldn't you be proud of that?
So going down that road, Redneck, when are you submitting your picture so your wife can be proud of you?
I'm already on there, and I ain't getting no votes. There's two guys that are going to walk away with this contest. and that's Gary S. and Shay D.
Yeah, they are both two sexy men. But hold on, no. I mean,
Yeah,
last
you
year,
never know.
Sexy
You just never
Gary,
know.
Sexy Gary, we thought he was the hands-down champion, and
Yeah.
he got beat. Hey, who are you on here, Redneck? I'd love to see what you look like.
Jim S. Jim S.
Jim S. Oh, my God.
Hardcore.
Oh, God.
What
Yeah,
happened?
I know. I told you.
No, I'm just kidding. You're very handsome. You're a very handsome man.
Shirt on,
Okay,
shirt
yeah.
off.
How about
Don't
some sleeves?
patronize me.
How about some sleeves next
What's
time?
wrong with you?
How about some sleeves next
Why
time?
is he
Jim?
got-
They
is he
call
doing
me
a Larry?
redneck.
Is he doing Larry the Cable Guy?
Yeah, he looks like Larry the Cable Guy's illegitimate son.
Oh.
You guys are. God, I hate you.
Redneck, great talking to you, buddy.
See ya.
There goes.
So a vote for Jim S. is a vote for Redneck.
Yeah, there you go.
We may have just thrown the contest. Aw. Yeah, if I was his wife, I would definitely be proud
Redneck?
of that.
I mean,
A
he fits. He fits. He
No, I'm
fits
big
the,
surprise. Yeah, I would.
the name for sure.
You know what?
Like that's actually exactly what I pictured him to look like.
After looking at this picture of Redneck
Yeah.
and having this discussion,
Mhm.
I completely understand where this woman is coming from, and I'd like to rescind all criticism
Oh,
I made of
okay.
her up until this point.
All right.
All right, let's take a break.
Yep.
Dog napping.
Dog name?
There was a dog napping.
Oh, napping.
A dog napping.
They snagged a pooch.
They did. But here's the thing. It was an easy dog napping, at least according to the story, if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
Because we are not a victim blame show. I'm not here to blame the victim of this crime. But this would not have been possible
Yeah.
had something else not happened first. And it's weird how far apart dog owners are on this, because there are some dog owners that will do this all the time.
Yeah.
And there are some dog owners that would never dream and would judge every dog owner for doing
Ooh.
this. Tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see CMF. Got to keep an eye out on your stuff, Tommy.
Yeah.
You turn around, bam, someone could swipe it.
Yeah, you get ripped.
And that's what one man is accused of here. And this story is unique for two reasons. First, police say he stole a living thing, which is normally rare.
That's really dumb.
Yeah. But more importantly, what led to the alleged crime is something no two dog owners will ever agree on.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We are well aware that our live stream, our audio stream on the Odyssey app is down. May we recommend?
Yeah, what we do?
You can travel over, if you're not listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. You can watch us do the show live.
Ooh, watch us.
And listen to it all the way through. By the way, we were just informed that we are one of the most popular YouTube channels in our company, like
You're
nationwide.
kidding me. Wow.
So thank you.
Man.
Thanks, guys. That's nice. Yeah, by the way, while you're there at the Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, you could also like and subscribe.
That'd
And
be nice.
we would appreciate that because as one of our corporate bosses
Yeah,
told
what
us,
did they say?
They told us in a meeting last year, when your listeners like and subscribe, shows you got a dynamite program.
All right.
Got a fantastic program. Apparently he was right.
All right.
He won that. So thank you. Check that out. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. A 30-year-old man has been arrested just south of us for stealing a dog.
Wow.
Authorities say back on May 27th, the man stole the dog around 2:30 in the afternoon from a bench outside an office building.
That's a weird take.
It seems the dog was tied to the bench.
Okay.
After an
All right.
investigation, authorities found the dog. Dog was totally fine, brought back to his owner. Suspect, meanwhile, charged with petty larceny. Got a court date coming up. Must not have been that expensive a dog if it's under $1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't really spell it out, but it sounds like the dog was left alone.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, if it's tied to the bench.
Yes,
Right.
right, outside of a building. Is that legal?
I've never seen that.
Oh,
with nobody sitting there with a dog.
You never seen that?
Usually when you do, it's because somebody abandoned the dog.
Right.
Right.
That's I'm thinking the guy thought the dog had been abused or left. That's why he grabbed it.
You've never seen someone tie their dog off when they went into a store or a restaurant or anything like that?
Not that I can think of.
Really?
They just a dog by itself tied up.
Does that not happen in Pittsburgh? I've seen this. I see this all the time.
I don't see it often.
It sounds cruel.
I would agree with you, and I'm not here to victim blame.
I know what you're saying, like if you're running in to grab coffee or something, you can't bring your dog in. But I haven't even seen that in a long
People
time.
just
Like
walk
usually somebody's there with the dog still.
I want to know the last time somebody walked in a Starbucks with a dog and they were told to leave.
Well, yeah. I mean, people don't really ask questions anymore
No,
about the service
yeah.
dogs. All right, but here's the thing.
Okay.
This is something that no two dog owners ever agree on.
Probably not.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. How long can you leave your dog alone, tied up, in a strange place? Because let's say, hypothetically, you take the dog to run some errands. You want to run into a store that has a no-dog policy, won't allow. How long are you leaving them tied up for? How comfortable? You get what I'm saying.
I'm not.
At all?
No.
Not a second?
No, I'll take the dog home.
You're a little baby. I don't want my little baby to be exposed to the
Man,
outside.
if I take the dog, let's say my wife's home, I'm going to take the dog.
Yeah.
And I tied the dog up somewhere and do not come home with that dog.
Okay.
I might as well just keep walking.
But what are the odds that someone's going to steal the dog?
I don't know.
I mean,
let's say the
has
damn
a
thing breaks the
small-
leash and runs off.
Oh, your super strong dog?
Hey,
That's
bro, you'd be
3
surprised
pounds.
with dogs.
Bro, your dog is like a mop with eyes.
That
Yeah,
dog
but-
has torque.
Yeah, I'd be worried, especially if I have a small purebred dog, that somebody's scooping
High
up
end.
that dog. Because
Frenchie.
because we've seen those stories about like the French bulldogs being swiped.
They'll
Like
shoot
anytime
you.
somebody can pick up that dog and run with it, they do.
Okay, you're using one story of Lady Gaga's
No,
assistant.
like there have been-
Tommy is.
There was a local story about
Oh,
a woman who had her French bulldog.
No, I
stolen.
remember that. He said they'll shoot you.
Oh,
That's
Well, if
what
they
he
had a
said.
gun, they'll shoot you.
Okay. So, Kimmy,
yeah.
how long would you leave your dog tied up alone outside
There are
of
just too many things that can go wrong with that. Like somebody could say, "Oh, your dog bit me" or something,
Okay.
and then you're screwed. Like I'm not doing that at all.
So both of you are 0
Oh, yeah.
seconds.
Yeah,
You are
no.
never
I
leaving
would
your
be
dog alone.
way too worried about it.
Okay,
I'm a helicopter parent when it comes to the dog.
you're not a parent. You own a dog.
I'm a fur parent.
You bought the dog. You bought the dog.
On the open market.
Okay.
I'm also-
Capitalistic dog.
I'd also be worried about like judgment from other dog owners
Yes.
too. Like, are somebody going to try to say that I abandoned the dog? Are they going to take the dog out of concern?
And that's what's so surprising about this, because to your point, Kimmy, we see people all the time like smash windows thinking dogs are in danger inside cars, right? So I would have thought, like, if I came out and saw my dog gone, my first thought wouldn't be somebody stole it.
It's like a do-gooder.
Yes.
Well,
Like,
that's what I thought when you said tied up to a bench by itself.
No, apparently not. All right, 252 WCMF. First of all, does anybody know if this is legal? Because the person who had the dog taken wasn't charged with anything, but then again, they went through all this stuff, so maybe they decided not to charge them? I mean, are we aware of any laws where there's a time limit?
You can just leave your dog tied up in a public place?
Because, again, I've seen this before. I really never thought anything of it until this story.
It should be illegal.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't do it with my dogs either, but my dogs are, one, stupid, and one tries to bite everybody all the time. So you get stupid biters.
Yes.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this guy just south of us, 30 years old, arrested for stealing a dog off of a bench around 2:30 in the afternoon in front of an office building. The dog is fine. They got the dog back. The guy was arrested. However, it looks like the dog was tied to a bench while their owner was away for a little while. Both Tommy and Kimmy, far too good of dog owners to ever leave their dog alone for a second. But here's the thing. I say this with all due respect. Tommy's dog, he went all Pittsford.
Yeah.
Purebred, breeder. I got the lineage right here in case you want to go to the AKC dog show.
Grandpappy won an award.
Kimmy,
an award.
You adopted a mutt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't...
Oh, I don't think anybody's going to steal him.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's what
like,
I mean. I'm more worried about somebody saying, like, your dog bit me.
Understood.
It barked at me or scared me or,
Snapped at a kid.
Yeah, like, there are just too many things that could go wrong. And again, like, I'd also be afraid people would be like, well, why are you tying your dog up outside?
Okay. I mean, it does feel like, to your point a second ago, the more money a community has, the more you will see people trying to bring their dogs everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like in Pittsburgh.
Part of the family.
Every store you walk into, it feels like somebody has a dog.
You can bring a dog in. Pretty much.
Right? Yeah. Is there a place you've ever... Where do you bring your dog?
When I have them?
When is the last time you had your dog?
Oh, Home Depot.
You bring the dog in Home Depot?
Yeah,
So
I've
you
seen
can.
a lot of dogs in Home Depot. That is like the dog store.
It's completely acceptable to have your dog.
People train dogs in Home Depot. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, so you're training your dog?
No.
No.
But like if I'm going in for something, I'll have, not all the time, but I'll have him on the leash. Or her.
Her, yeah. Okay. All right, two things.
Do you think I'm a douche?
Well, no, yeah, absolutely, but not just for this.
A dog douche.
Three things, I guess. One, you're a douche. Two, you said you said you can't. It's allowed. You're not supposed to.
No, you're allowed to.
Allowed and good idea are two different things.
Okay.
But I think the most surprising about what you just revealed, Arnie, your dog, is a pit something mix.
Yeah.
It's a manly looking dog.
Oh, yeah. It's a P90X dog.
Yeah. So if your husband brought Arnie into Home Depot, that makes sense, right?
Why? 'Cause they look alike.
Well,
what do you mean it makes sense?
A man bringing a manly dog into a Home Depot, like that checks out for me. What's your dog?
It's a Westie. It's a little female
Westie.
Westie.
Little
but
white,
that
puffy.
fits
She weighs about
Tommy.
18 pounds.
Yeah. No, I get that if it's Tommy.
He comes from Doodletown.
Doodletown.
Big Doodletown. Tell me I'm wrong.
Doodletown.
I'm just saying.
What's that? What are you saying?
Well, like, you're walking into a man zone.
Man zone.
With a bitch dog.
Yeah, because you're a little female.
No, yeah, I got it. No, I'm just saying, like, you're an itty bitty man.
Yeah, with an itty bitty dog.
You're an itty bitty dog in a man's world. That is a man's world. And like,
what?
How did you manage to make yourself look like more of a bitch inside a Home Depot? You don't feel insecure about that?
No.
No?
Not maybe now. I don't know.
Like, I would feel comfortable bringing my Basset Hound in there.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd bring my Chorky.
Why?
Because it's like it's not a construction
like you're worried
dog.
about the way it looks.
Yes.
Not a construction dog?
I think you need a construction dog.
My dog has to look like a day laborer?
I think they
Or part of the union?
I think you need
a working dog.
Working
like
dog. A farm dog.
No, that's the perfect way to put it. A working dog.
Farm dog.
Your dog needs to look like a working dog if you take him into a Lowe's or a Home Depot or whatever.
Because I'll take it like to the landscaping places and stuff like that. And those gardens. Another one, Garden Factory.
Yeah, so she can
She
run through
loves Garden Factory.
So she can run through the pansies?
No, she stays off me.
Okay.
But they give her treats and stuff. I mean, she loves it.
No, that dog is more of a Garden Factory dog. That
It's
one
the
I'm fine
same
with.
thing. It's
No,
landscaping.
No, it's not. No.
Digging holes for trees.
Kimmy, is Home
Mulching,
Depot
stoning.
Is Home Depot the same as the Garden Factory?
I've never been to the Garden Factory, so I couldn't tell you.
Where do you get your hair done?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay.
All right, so like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
with the support animal stuff now,
Yeah.
most places don't even ask questions.
No.
They let the dogs in. Are you okay with people bringing dogs everywhere?
Well, I'm a dog person, so yeah.
Oh, really? So you go to the bar?
Yeah, and by the way, I've been to countries where dogs will be in the bar. It's called Canada.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah. And Florida, by the way, when you go out to drink in Florida,
Yeah.
people now, these open bars that are, outdoor bars,
Yeah.
there's just dogs. People bring their dogs and stuff all
But I
over
get
the
if
place.
it's like more of like an outside community, like if you're in a place where everything
Yeah.
half of those places are outdoors.
Dogs always make me happy. Like if I see a dog, I'm immediately happy.
Yeah, it is weird.
So if I'm sitting at a bar and somebody walks in with a dog, fine.
Okay.
Kids in the car, dog at the bar.
Sometimes I find myself waving to dogs and it's embarrassing, but I can't stop. Like if there's like a dog sitting near me,
You wave at it.
kind of like
Yeah,
hey, buddy.
it just makes you feel good.
I wouldn't have said that out loud.
I know it's
They cheer-
embarrassing, but
dogs
it just
cheer you
comes
up.
naturally.
No, I get like if a dog walks up to you, like, yeah, it's fun. Oh, the
No,
dog
I try
has
to get the
chosen
dog's
me.
attention, and I don't know why.
No, that's weird because the dog has not chosen you.
Yeah, but it will if I'm nice to it.
No, you're just well. You also always smell like beef jerky.
So when I went down to Florida to visit my brother, and we took the dog, we drove down. We went out to dinner, and it was like basically where we sat was an inside dining area.
Okay.
And my brother goes, "Bring the dog if you want." I go, "We were sitting inside." He goes, "It doesn't matter. You can bring the dog in." He brought his dog. We brought our dog. We were two couples with two dogs sitting at the same table, eating dinner inside with our dogs.
Wow.
And I didn't think that was allowed, but it was so much fun.
If a guy called up with that story,
Yeah.
you would destroy
No,
him.
it was
you
nice.
would light his ass up. I was at the restaurant.
They brought her water. They brought her treats.
Wow, he still got more details about the people eating with dogs
It made
story.
me feel good.
Wow.
I didn't want to leave her at the house.
No, it's fine. Look, I'm not trying to take away your joy. I'm
No,
just
yeah,
saying,
you are.
No, I'm just saying
Yes,
that was
you
a
are.
really boring
No,
story.
you asked about taking dogs
One time we
inside.
went to a restaurant and I had a dog and my brother had a dog.
Two dogs, one table.
Two dogs. We ate our dinner with the
It
dogs.
was so Florida.
What do people in Florida do that don't like dogs or are afraid of dogs?
Yeah, because there are people that are afraid of dogs.
And
If you're
I would
afraid of
understand.
animals, don't move to Florida.
Okay.
Because the dog is the least of your goddamn problems.
Maybe that's true.
Let me
At
ask-
least it's not a gator.
Yeah, everything is bait in Florida.
Let me ask you this question,
What?
because there are people that are afraid of dogs.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say you take your dog into a restaurant. Your itty bitty, little tiny, bitch ass,
Yeah.
non-working dog.
Yeah.
And the person next to you, they look nervous. They're just darting their eyes at the dog. Husband comes up. So I don't know. Somebody comes up.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry. I hate to do this. They're terrified of dogs. They're not going to be able to stay here if your dog is next to us. Would you mind doing something about the dog?
What are you going to do with them?
We
I ordered my food. I'm eating
we
my
were
food.
here first, and
It ain't finders keepers or who got it's not musical chairs.
is that what you're going to do? Excuse me. Excuse
Not
me.
musical
My
chairs.
dog has a right to sit here and not spend money. You'd be effing the restaurant too,
How?
because these people
They
are gonna
allowed me
leave.
over the dog.
They're going to leave.
It's not my problem.
It actually is your problem because you brought the problem
Hey,
in.
if I'm sitting down, I got me some cocktail and some barbecue shrimp and some grits.
So your food's already there.
I am not leaving.
That is such a dick privilege.
What do you want
thing
from me,
to do.
man?
I want you to leave with the dog.
You know what? Go home. If you can't handle
You go
outside,
home.
you can't handle being out in public, go home.
Okay. So then, if someone had a kid next to you that was screaming the whole time,
Go
crying.
home. Take your kid and go home.
Jake writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Again, we started this conversation. 30-year-old man arrested for stealing a dog. Looks like the dog was tied to a park bench outside an office building. That person was found. The dog was found. Everyone's safe. But we're trying to figure out if it's okay, both of you say no, to leave a dog tied outside somewhere.
Yeah.
Jake writes us, you should never tie up your dog and walk away even for a second. The dog will be confused. If they can't go every place you go, then you leave them home or change your schedule that day. I would think that dog person is a bad owner.
Yeah, even if I see like a dog tied up in somebody's backyard, like that's how they let the dog out.
Yeah.
I just think that's cruel.
Really?
Yeah, like the dog, because the dog feels that tension on its neck, it gets aggressive. Like even on those runners.
Okay,
like you should have
Caesar,
it.
shut up.
You should have it fenced in. What?
Well, not everybody can afford a fence.
Yeah, so
Then don't get a dog.
Oh,
What, so you
my
can't have a
God.
dog if you don't have a fence? Like, what if
If you have a
walk the dog?
backyard where you have to tie your dog up,
Yeah.
that's bad.
Just to go to the
I mean,
bathroom.
I mean, I knew people that they had the runner things. They,
Yeah, that sucks.
They let they put their dog on there.
Would you like to
like
be in a runner?
Well, I mean, it's the
No,
dog
no,
going
no.
out to the bathroom outside.
But that's how it lives.
It's
I don't
either
wanna-
that or I walk you around with a leash.
I
I
understand
mean,
that, but like you can direct the dog around, but like the dog in the backyard tied up is cruel.
I get like
Okay.
leaving the dog outside tied up.
But that's
that
how
I'm
it-
with you on. But like to let the dog out to go to the bathroom on a runner doesn't seem like a bad plan.
By the way, I hate when dog owners do that. Would you like it if? Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat all my food out of a bowl without my hands, right? Why not serve? Why not cut the food up, put the dog in a chair, and serve it to him? Would you like it? Would you like it if you had? Would you like it if you had to drink water out of a bowl with your tongue? Do it. No, no one would like that. They're a dog. Such an idiot.
You know, I'm very pro dog.
No, you're pro dog when it's convenient for you.
Right. There's no time I don't want a dog around.
What's the price limit for if the dog's sick?
Price limit? There ain't one. Wait, if my dog gets sick?
If your dog, okay, take your wife out of it. What's the price limit for the vet bill for the dog?
Oh, it'd be ridiculous. I would try to keep the dog alive.
You are.
I can't let her go.
Oh my God! Why you lie?
You think I'd put my dog down?
100%. I watched it happen. I see his tags.
He was 14.
Yeah, could have made 15 if you had a little more money.
No, I mean,
weren't
I-
spending your second mortgage on booze instead
Well,
of dog
I'm
care.
tapped out.
He's eating razor blades and panties. Oh, I love dogs. Nom nom nom. Would you like to eat a razor blade? Would you like it if you ate a razor blade?
What about panties?
I would. Razor blade panties.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to see that woman.
Let's take a break.
That's one bloody woman.
No. Let's take a break. You're going to make fun of this guy and love this story at the same time.
Okay.
Because it seems professional athletes have started to learn from the mistakes of guys and gals that came before them.
Okay.
Right? Folks that used to just blow their money.
Mhm.
You're more likely now to see a professional athlete living well below their means.
Yeah, they have like these weird lifestyles.
Yeah.
Though.
This is not one of those guys.
Oh.
Because the amount of money he is ready to spend on a car.
Damn, what kind of car?
Oh.
Say, we've got to be custom.
We'll get into it. Get in the story next here in the break room on CMF. I don't know what you're going to want here.
Okay.
Because you laugh your ass off at these guys.
Oh, yeah.
You love to see them.
They're super entertaining.
Okay, but that's just it. And then as soon as they do it, you go, idiot, how do you know? Because there's been a change in professional athletes, and it's good for them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You only have X amount of years to make enough money to support yourself for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Memo this man apparently did not get. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Allow me to introduce you to a man named Braden Swinson. You familiar?
No.
He is an edge rusher. He went to college at LSU, and recently he had the joy of being drafted by the New England Patriots in the 5th round of the NFL draft.
All right.
That is a hell of an accomplishment,
Okay.
right? You are in a percentage of just getting drafted. And even getting drafted in the 5th round, he is getting life-changing money.
Damn.
Here's the thing. It's only life-changing if you don't spend it.
Yeah.
A video doing like a behind-the-scenes interview with him was recently uploaded to YouTube.
Yeah.
And they asked him, what are the first things you're going to do with your money? He tells the person behind the camera he's going to renovate his parents' house.
Nice.
And then he's going to buy his dream car, a Lamborghini Urus.
Okay.
U-R-U-S.
You're an ass for buying this goddamn Lamborghini.
That and more till 10 o'clock on WCMF.
So he's buying a Lamborghini.
He's going to buy a Lamborghini.
All right.
So this.
By the way, it's a big man if he squeezed it into a Lamborghini.
Yeah, he's an edge rusher. He may be 6'2", 6'3".
Bro, those things are tight.
Okay. Look, he's now trying to gatekeep Lamborghinis for short people.
Well, it's kind of what they're designed for Italians.
All right, so far you're fine with what this man wants to do.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, this year,
Yeah.
Braden Swinson is going to make $669,000
Wait,
after
that's
taxes.
it?
Well, he's a 5th-round pick.
That Lamborghini alone's got to go $500,000.
The base model for this Lambo
And
he
he
wants
ain't going base.
is $250,000.
Okay.
He needs the extra
Good
suspension.
chunk of your paycheck there.
And I bet you they do not sell a base Lamborghini.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm going off of with the website.
Okay.
Right? So maybe they
So
do exist
$250,000?
somewhere. Okay, so let's put it this way. If he buys the bottom level Lamborghini that he wants, that is 40% of this year's salary.
And then he's going to remodel his parents' house.
He wants to remodel his parents' house first, then that. So let's say he dumps $100,000 in a mom and dad's house.
Right.
So now you are sitting at $300,000, which is a lot of money. But let's keep in mind,
But you blew through half of it.
more than half.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he could have brand deals and things like that.
5th-round pick.
Yeah, but they come off of those NIL deals. I don't know how that
All right, so
works for those guys.
You make a good point. Could you Google Braden, Brayden, Swinson, Swinson, and see if he had any NIL money coming out of
But let's
LSU?
say he gets a 5-year career, which would be a pretty good career.
The average
right?
NFL career is 3.5.
Right. So let's say he gets 5.
Okay.
And the first year, you've already blown half of it. And if the first thing you're thinking about is a Lamborghini, that's probably not the only high-end thing you're talking about.
Valid
right?
point.
So he's going to go get the watch. He's going to get the chains. He's going to get the tats. He's going to get the boat. And he's also going to get himself because if you get a Lamborghini, you need a nice house to park it in front of.
You would think so.
But you're not putting it at an apartment complex
Well, I don't know if
outside of Boston.
I don't think you're buying a house as a 5th-round pick. I also, though, would have said you're not buying a Lamborghini as a 5th-round
Where are you
pick.
parking it?
In the garage.
In a city garage.
I don't know, man.
He's going to bottom out. You're going to need a new oil pan.
Gonna bottom out. Well, yeah, but guys who buy Lamborghinis out of nowhere bottom out.
True.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
That's how Lamborghini makes all their money. Bottoming out service.
Yeah, he's going to go broke.
All right, is this guy an idiot or
Yeah.
is he awesome?
Yeah. No, he's an idiot.
So he's not awesome.
He's an awesome idiot.
No, you can't be both. Is he more awesome for saying screw it? Because he is kind of betting on himself here.
Oh, yeah.
He is. But it's even if you bet on yourself, you can't think long term. To your point, your body just gives out.
Okay.
As a young man.
So he's under contract for 4 years.
Okay.
So he'll make around $700,000 for the first 4 years.
Right.
Right. And that's if his career goes well. The second contract is where guys make their money.
If he gets it.
Okay, but that's just it. I mean, it's not out of the question that he signs a $100 million guaranteed contract.
How many
That's
guys get to that?
Not a lot.
Right?
Yeah. But
A C hair or C hairs?
But I mean, Stephon Diggs got there. He was a 5th-round pick.
Okay.
Right? Tom
And he has
Brady.
a Ferrari.
I got
But he
it.
went Ferrari.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The poor man's Lamborghini.
252 WCMF. Braden Swinson, 5th-round draft pick of the New England Patriots and edge rusher, said that with his $669,000 salary after taxes this year, he's going to renovate his parents' house and then buy his dream car, a Lamborghini Urus, and the bottom model of this car is $250,000,
Yeah.
which is 40% of his salary this year. What do we got for NIL deals?
says he made NIL money, but I'm not finding. It doesn't really give you totals per player. It gives you like totals per team.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't know if that's like a rule or what. I've never actually looked up a specific deal before.
But he's not in a marquee position.
Well, but no, edge is a marquee position, and it's
I mean,
LSU.
I'm talking quarterback, receiver.
No, it normally goes quarterback, edge rusher for who gets paid.
It does?
Yeah, I can't find what he made.
I mean, look, he's an edge rusher at LSU. It's possible they put $1 million in his
Oh,
pocket.
he's a top-notch kid.
But even if you have, he's a 5th-round pick. Even if you have $1 million in your pocket,
And by the way, he's going to destroy that Lamborghini.
okay, that's what you're thinking about.
He's a kid with a fast car. He's going to ruin it.
Yeah,
And
that's why you buy a Lamborghini.
He's also a Southern kid.
I don't know where he's from.
He went to LSU. They only draft
Lots of people go to
They
LSU.
only draft from the South.
Kimmy, LSU only drafts their players.
So you can only
He's from Georgia.
Yeah. Georgia kid in an Italian car, and he's a little bit on the plump side, and he's rambunctious as hell.
He's an edge rusher. He's like the leanest, jackest guy you've ever seen. You idiot.
He will wreck that car.
Okay,
So
yes.
not only is he going to dump a bunch of money into it, he's going to ruin the market value of it by dinging and scratching it up.
Ruin the market value.
He's going to bust that suspension.
Okay.
Rough ass roads and crap.
I love how you say ruin the market value. Like anyone that buys a Lamborghini is like, I'm going to resell this for more.
No, but there's
later.
like rich old guys that buy Lamborghinis that, they're just show cars.
Yeah, but that sucks. Like I never got. Can we talk about this real quick? I understand an older cat buying a classic car.
Right.
You're going back to get the car you can never have.
Well,
You're
that's,
showing it off.
they're hot rods.
That makes sense. What never made sense to me are guys like that are in their 60s
Like a
and
guy
70s,
my age.
Yeah, that will buy like a brand new sports car.
Right.
Because you would have looked cool in that when you were 20. You don't look cool in it now.
Going the speed limit.
You just look sad.
No, you pull up to the fancy joint and you got your 30-year-old wife who's also like the Lamborghini of wives.
Okay.
And you parade her around. It's like a show.
No, but again, you look lame. Like when you're driving in your ragtop BMW,
Yeah.
right, your brand new model with your BMW white canvas hat on,
Yeah.
you look like a dick.
But you're also rich.
No, just go buy a classic car. Go get some American Muscle or something. You fit in better in that car.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But you look rich. I mean, like old guy in a Lamborghini, that
I do
guy's
assume
loaded.
he's rich. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you don't just.
You're Robert Kraft, man. You're driving a ragtop Bentley to the rev-out joint.
But even Bentley, I'm okay with because that just screams old person.
Well, that's big bank.
Yeah, no,
Bentley is money.
No, I understand. I also never got why people buy Bentleys to drive. Aren't you supposed to be driven around in a
You're
Bentley?
supposed to be chauffeur.
Yeah.
Well, I always thought like Rolls Royce. You're right. Like
Yeah,
the
it has
stretch
that look.
rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I thought Bentley and Rolls were because you also see guys buy Rolls and they'll drive the Rolls themselves. That's to me is like, buying a truck with a plow attachment because you're trying to make the payments yourself.
Okay.
Which I respect if you need
All
to
right.
do that.
Let me get there.
Don't buy a Rolls Royce if you can't pay someone to drive you around it.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. That is the message I want to send to America this morning. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Tommy has been in a mood this morning.
What'd I do?
Well, you're just popping off at everything.
What did I say?
People that eat hot dogs are busted. People that buy knockoff food are busted. Everyone that believes in Bigfoot's an idiot.
I just said they were
This
low
woman-
people.
Okay. Maybe he saw this study, and that's why he's so fired up.
What happened?
All right. Well, it's not actually a study. It's something that the most popular dating app in America has decided to do. Because I understand, having watched you live the last 25 years,
Yeah.
that life is hard for short people.
Oh, sure.
But it's about-
because your people are mean.
What do you mean, you people?
You people. You people. You people.
What am I mean to you about your height?
Every goddamn day.
Oh, no, I need a step stool next to my chair to climb into my actual chair because I'm a short-ass, sensitive
I
ass
love this stool.
bitch-ass bitch. If you think it's hard to meet women now as a short man,
Yeah.
it may get a whole hell of a lot.
So they don't want us.
Well, no, they've never wanted you, but now it's going to be easier to avoid you. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. short kings are pissed. Because now, Tommy, you guys can get passed over without even getting a chance.
Where's my rights?
And it's a little bit funny.
What?
Because as frustrated as you'd be as a little guy, it's not like you'd be willing to give someone else a chance if there was something that was a deal breaker for you.
I always give a guy a break.
I'm not talking about guys.
What do you mean?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF just after 9:20. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
Yeah, it'd be closer to 9:30. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, there are people in Gates that had a hell of an afternoon.
What happened?
Something happened outside of their house, and it wasn't a crime. But it's the eternal battle of, shut up. It's the eternal battle of, this is bad for me to be here, but I want to see what's going on.
Yeah, I got to look.
So we'll get to that just after 9:30. Also, you can go to WCMF.com right now, enter for your chance to win a Grand Slam ticket 4-pack to see your Rochester Red Wings take on Jacksonville for a matinee game at Innovative Field June 12th. First pitch, 1:05, WCMF.com for that. Tinder, the dating app, is making a change. And here's the thing. All three of us met the love of our lives right before these dating apps blew up.
Yeah.
But for Tommy and the rest of the folks that may not know how this works, when you sign up for Tinder, you can use a filter to find the exact type of people you want to meet.
Yeah.
For example, like a minimum, maximum age,
Yeah,
so you
yeah,
only
yeah.
see people in that. Distance from where you are compared to them. And a new filter has been added to Tinder.
Look at this.
A height filter. Folks will now be able to put in a minimum and maximum height they are now willing to settle for before they even get a look at this person's
How is
profile.
this? This is heightism. People are heightists.
Tommy, this means that I want to make sure you understand.
Yeah, I know what they're doing.
They're not even going to see you.
Yes,
yeah,
if
they're
you-
cutting me out.
Yes, if you
Yeah.
were a
I
single,
don't exist. I'm
if
in
you-
the basement.
Yeah, if you're a single guy on Tinder,
You're steerage.
Hey, stirge like steerage?
Steerage, whatever you call
Steerage.
it. People,
Storage.
people in the bottom of the boat.
You got it. No, he
Oh,
mispronounced
okay.
it so much he
Yeah, I
thought you
know.
were saying a
I
different
did.
word.
What do you call the people at the bottom of the boat?
Steerage.
That's what I said.
No, you
steerage.
said sturge.
Sturge.
Oh, my
Sturgis.
God.
We're
You
going to,
look-
but she thought you said
You guys
storage.
are
I thought
so
you meant
goddamn
storage.
picky.
She thought you were trying. We both thought you were saying different words.
Well, one of them was right.
Okay. If a woman has her height filter set at 5'7", she
Yeah,
would
I'm
not
out.
even get to see your profile.
Right. And she don't want, they don't want to see.
All right. Do short?
They don't know what they're missing, man.
No. No. They do know
Really?
what they're
Because I
missing.
can get in there way quicker than a big man. I take care of business.
No, you don't. What?
Well, I bring a miner's cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I could tell based on the graves of women and relationships you have in your past. You need a miner's cap to go find those relationships. All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do short men have a right to be upset with this Tinder change?
They don't want you.
All right. We know how you feel, and
It makes women shallow.
Well,
It's absolutely
we're
shallow.
all shallow in some way, right? Like you, when it comes to dating, we're shallow on some. I mean, you just said earlier.
You want to be me?
You just
want to
said
be me?
earlier you wouldn't date a woman that eats too many hot dogs.
He said he wouldn't date a woman who eats hot
Hot
dogs,
dogs.
not multiple.
In public.
If he sees her
Yeah.
eating a hot dog, he will not date
Yeah,
her.
just putting that out there.
All right. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I want to ask you this. You're a
Yeah.
tall gal.
Yep.
You're 5'10". Do you like this new idea?
But she don't
okay.
like short people in general.
I do think that this prevents some people from having a chance. At the same time,
Oh, that's exactly what this
at the
does.
same time, whether or not you put your height on there, women will go to great lengths to figure out how tall you are
Okay.
before they even meet you. And I would argue it saves you time. Like it doesn't waste your time if you show up. She thinks you're going to be taller, and then the date's over before it starts.
What about a
right?
short?
Short?
Sweet. I'm short and I'm going to rob your bank. Cheese it. It's a fuzz.
What if I'm a short billionaire? You miss out.
Oh, no, but you're not, though.
Think of all those billionaires that were short.
So, just to
Yeah,
be
but
clear,
that would be a different app.
the billionaire is on Tinder?
Yeah, you don't know.
They
No.
can't.
No,
No, you
yeah.
would. Why
No,
would
you'd
they?
be on a whole
counter?
different app.
Yeah.
I think that's called Raya.
There's an actual billionaire app.
It's
Yeah,
like for
that's why
famous
you-
people,
that's why you've never heard of
rich
it.
people.
They
You have to
would-
like be approved to get on that app,
Well, you had to show you got bank.
or like you own something.
Well, let's say I'm just a regular rich guy, not like billionaire guy, but I got bank. I'm a millionaire, and then you miss out.
But you
But
wouldn't.
would you,
You gotta
want
go out
her to
with
like
some-
you for your money?
Ooh.
Guys don't care.
You're
Well,
there
you
for a
would guess This
relationship.
is somebody
If
that
they're
you
getting
want to
hot
spend
tail.
time with.
I'm a good guy looking for a hot tail, and I got $1 million in the bank.
You talk like that, too?
Yeah,
What a charm.
Certainly.
yeah. Take your top off.
All right. Kimmy, you're okay with this?
Of course she is. Man,
Can you let her talk?
She's in a tall, shallow lady club.
Can you let the woman speak? Kimmy, are you okay with what Tinder has done here?
I mean, I guess if that's a deal breaker for you, then yes, it's going to save everybody time.
No sad little men.
All right. Now, I do
because if I'm open to dating somebody short, it wouldn't affect me.
But you wouldn't even see me.
Yeah, but maybe that's a deal breaker for me, somebody being at least my height.
All right, I do want to be clear, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This will not be available for everyone on Tinder. The Tinder height filter is part of the premium members package only.
Oh.
Yeah, $40 a month for that. But Hinge, another popular dating app, has had this height filter for a while. So this may not wipe out all short guys' chances, but it may be a message to short guys meeting women is going to get a lot harder.
It's always been.
Okay.
But there could be women that are specifically into you because you're short. The short kings, as they call them.
Nah, short king summer's long gone, Kerry. They had their chance. It's over. All right, can I ask you a question?
Oh, please.
No, in all seriousness.
No, here. Go ahead. Give me the insulting question.
I'm going to ask you a question. And you're getting all riled up. No. You're like a toddler that hasn't had their nap yet, full of
Why'd you
juice
say
boxes because you are an itty-bitty boy man.
Why'd you say toddler?
Itty-bitty boy man who's stomping his feet.
Your feet?
Well, you got to sell the bed.
I'm impressed you touched your foot to the ground. Tommy?
Yeah.
If a woman has a preference for tall men, does that make her a bad person?
Oh, she's a shallow teabag.
So she's a bad person?
Yeah.
Okay. So you then are willing to look past the things that are deal breakers for you
I would never.
give every woman a chance.
I'm very accepting for all the women.
Mm-hmm. So if they put like weight on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
A weight filter.
You wouldn't use a weight filter?
No. What do you mean, like height and weight?
Yeah.
Like. Well, I mean, as long as it's in the acceptable boundaries.
Well, no,
weight.
because you just argued that if you saw me, I may have a better chance because of my height. Why? What is an acceptable boundary? Because here, for women, they would be able to put an acceptable boundary for height.
So here's the difference between height and weight.
Please.
I can't do anything about my height.
Uh-huh.
Your ass can eat a salad and take a jog.
But why?
You can lose weight.
Why does she? She doesn't want to lose weight.
It's not healthy.
Says who?
Morbidly obese.
Nobody said
you
morbidly obese. Nobody said morbidly obese. Nobody said.
You rubbing thigh, not for a good reason.
Nobody said morbidly obese. By the way, there are lots
you have to
of good
lay
looking.
on the bed just to put on your earrings.
There are lots of good looking women whose thighs rub together.
Yeah, but not for that kind.
Well, what?
What?
He doesn't.
I don't even think you would know a woman's weight. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it's because he weighs less than the average
woman.
woman.
You would probably. I was gonna say your range would be so small that it would cut out way more women than you think.
I mean, look, if you're willing to sit here and say, I will overlook all of the things that are deal breakers for me, you have a point. But you won't, because there are things that we all prefer in a romantic partner. And there are things that, for whatever reason, immediately turn us off. And if a woman is turned off by a shorter man, why does that make her a bad person?
I'll tell you why.
Please.
Okay, so in these other apps, they don't filter out weight on people, right?
That I don't know. Well, but then you would just lie about your weight.
I think there are other things you can filter, though.
No, but they would say, I can't even see the chubbies. Right? All the chubbies are there.
Well, you're being, for a guy who was complaining about insensitivity.
I know. The chubs and the flubs. They're all out there. But you're literally eliminating me.
Yeah. So you would click on and want to meet some of those ladies that are little on the heavier side.
I might look a little.
Ass.
I may want to go plumping.
My ass.
Maybe let's say I haven't had any luck with the hotties. I go down a grade.
Down a grade.
Yeah, you get a grade.
Okay. So you would look for women then to go down a grade for you.
Well, they don't must have to because I'm short. I'm already low grade.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tinder announced yesterday they're going to add a height filter for their premium members. Hinge already has this, the two dating apps. So women can set it at like 5'7", and a guy like Tommy, they wouldn't even get a look at Tommy's profile. He's out automatically, and Tommy is deeply bothered by this. And it's not just you that makes me laugh.
What's that?
Right? How can men who traditionally are way more pickier than women when it comes to the little things in dating and being attracted, how does any man take issue with a height filter? Shut up.
Oh, we've always had control.
Exactly, and you're losing control, and that's what you're upset about. You're not upset about not meeting women. Wait a minute. I'm allowed to judge you for the things that I was supposed to be.
Yes.
But how dare you judge me?
I wonder if because there are also certain apps meant for gay couples. I wonder if the physical I wonder how height would apply to those relationships.
To
like,
gay couples?
Yeah, like gay or lesbian
Probably no
couples.
difference, right?
Like, do they prefer like shorter people or taller people? Like, would that? I wonder. I guess I just wonder how that would affect.
Okay, I'll put the question in. I think what you're trying to
like what a gay man would be looking for on a dating site.
Okay.
Like, would it be a benefit to you to be a shorter person in one of those situations?
Is the height discrepancy closer in same-sex couples than it is in
Yeah.
heterosexual couples? Because traditionally,
preferences.
taller man, shorter woman.
Right.
But
dudes are going to be on the taller side in general.
well, yeah, but there's also short. Like you're a short man,
Yeah, but I'd be like Twinkie guy.
maybe unless short guys prefer short guys. I mean, it's probably all up to personal preference, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
What's that?
Be gay. You got the shirt for it.
What are you talking about?
Well, no, it looks
It's a
great.
working man's shirt.
Happy Pride, buddy. 252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, let me ask this question, and I don't want you to yell right away.
I'm not going to yell.
All right, you can get us at Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, because we always say men call women right.
Yeah.
And I will start with Kimmy,
Okay.
the tall gal
Be
in the
quiet.
room.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to be quiet.
Yeah.
Kimmy, is there anything a short guy can do?
Please. What? I was just
You know what's funny? It's like you're upset about the short thing, but it's your grading personality that would
I
be the
know.
first turn off. Is there anything, Kimmy, a short man can do to have a shot with a woman that prefers taller guys?
I mean, I think confidence helps.
Yeah, spew cash.
All right, Kimmy,
It would
finish.
actually be a total money shot.
God. It's not the height, man.
Maybe some charm. I don't know.
All right, finish this sentence.
Yeah.
Single Kimmy
Yeah.
would be willing to date a shorter guy
Oh,
if...
funny.
Okay.
You can make.
So
a
you're
jo-
out again.
You can make a joke. If you
Right
can,
here.
if you can joke about your height without being sensitive about it.
Oh, he's
I
out.
could do that.
You have been
if
bitching
you-
like a bitch. You've been double bitching
I have
since we
seen-
started.
I have seen some short men date women way above like their looks because of their personality. Like they work a room. They don't clear a room.
Oh. Man, she's tall and she's crushing you.
She's mean.
Kimmy
man.
is on fire. We got Instagram messages coming in. We say, hey, ladies, what do you think? Of course, here come all the guys. Troy writes us, excuse me, at Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way. I'm 5'5". I dated a chick that was 6'4", ended when she literally picked me up under the arms like a toddler. Never again.
Man. Oh, she was strong, too.
That's what you got?
No, that's a
It's almost like he's
strong-ass
getting
woman.
turned on. He's like, think about, wait a minute.
But that's like man muscle.
Wait a minute. Jake writes us, so if a man's height is a deal breaker, how about a filter for a woman's body size? I mean, it's, you say that like it's a slam, but that's kind of how it is.
Yeah, it is.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, let's not be.
I mean, you're going to judge a photo whether there's a body type preference or not.
Okay. Andrew gets into the whole weight thing too, weight filter. Then he finishes up. If a guy or girl is so shallow, are they really worth it? Everybody's shallow.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their degree of shallow.
Yes, I mean, that's just it. Different degrees of shallow. But you can't tell me that there is no person who goes, it is personality all the way
No.
through. I don't need anybody to be traditionally attractive, blah, 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 but whatever. Okay. There is something else that is bothering me
What's the matter?
about the take that Tommy has with this height filter here.
What's my take?
Okay.
Be kind.
Kimmy, there is this old saying,
What?
you're not Kimmy.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Like you just, again,
I'm just listening.
you just act out. It's like you are like dealing with my kids when they were 5. Kimmy, there's this old saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you don't think someone is attractive doesn't mean that whoever is with them doesn't find them gorgeous. Beautiful saying that Tommy does not believe.
What do you mean? I'm not allowed to talk. It's Kimmy's turn.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do you believe that?
I think sometimes you settle.
Okay.
Like I see somebody, man. Yeah, that's as good as you're gonna get.
So you think those people settled together, or are they?
I think
one
settle
settled?
finds each other. We know some couples, man. They settled because that was it.
So to be clear, you
Riding
believe
rough. What?
you believe there is a single standard of beauty, one that everyone really agrees, and then everyone else that does not accomplish that in their partner is settling for less.
Not totally.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
I mean, there's different definitions of traditional beauty.
That's what I just. That is beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
No, but there's some things that just ain't beautiful. Like there's certain people you can't tell me like You find that hot.
Yeah, there are people that do.
I don't buy that.
There are folks that pay for that stuff.
Those are sickos. Those are sick people that go downtown to the certain areas, to the Tenderloin district, and start messing. But like outside of your weird ass fetish, you sick bastard. Everybody else, there's just certain people you go, that's just an ugly thing.
He can't even believe what he just said.
That's an ugly thing.
But
You know what I just
you
witnessed?
don't think there's a standard of ugly? Like most people go, oh, God damn.
I'd like to get back to that because I don't want to lose this point. If you are watching the live stream on YouTube, the Breaker WCMF, you just witnessed a man say words, hear what he said, and shock himself. That's how horrific that take was.
I don't think it was horrific.
Really? Because you just did this.
I don't even think you knew where you were going.
No, I was just thinking like we knew some guys that had some really ugly wives. And we just knew, like, man, how do you even...
Because they could be attracted to that.
Well, if they ain't attracted to that, man. Chick with skin tags? Are you kidding me?
No, there are people that are...
Are you tossing her tags at night?
Tag tossing? One of my favorite Bee Gees songs. Tag toss. You idiot, it was your bit. I'm not doing it. I quit.
Tossing them tags. It's like her body had like 20 nipples.
For God's sakes, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are talking about Tinder. They are adding a height filter for their premium members. So that means if you are under a certain height and a woman or man sets that height filter, there's a chance you won't even be seen by this person.
You're out.
Hinge has had this for a while. Okay. So I had asked what a short man can do to attract a taller woman.
Yeah.
We have not gotten any responses on that.
Of course not.
So that's not good. But
I said, you got to
Humor.
have some personality.
Yeah. Okay.
Charisma. She wanted charisma. Light up
Yeah.
a room. Command the room.
I know that's not easy. It probably has to come naturally.
How about cutting off women every time they try to make a point?
Who does that?
Okay. Jess writes us.
Jess.
You don't know what she's going to say. What if she's on your side?
I doubt it.
She's not. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. She writes, why do short guys get so mad? I like what I like. I have to be forced to be into you? What am I, some slave for men? Is she a slave? Is that what
Nobody's forcing anything.
You're literally saying, give me a chance or else.
I didn't say or else.
I said or else.
Gonna come looking for your family.
What do you say? You are forcing women.
demand.
Yes, I demand you give me a chance because I'm going to impress you. I'm back. Give me a chance. I'm going to make you so happy to be with me. Going back to the guys, Jack writes on Instagram, I'm a short guy, just a little taller than Tommy. I have a girlfriend who loves me. If women don't want to give short guys a chance, it's their loss. They can go with some lesser tall douchebag. What the hell did we do?
Oh.
I'm not.
Well, I do. I will
why
say,
am I a douchebag for being tall?
Well,
in most cases, I'm guessing you don't have to try as hard. Like, there are guys that get attention just simply because of their height and nothing else.
Okay, but
it gets you stand out.
But I didn't do this. I was born this way.
I was born this way. Don't pick on me. I was born this way.
Yeah, but you're the one freaking out about it.
Yeah, because you get your way. You don't be all patting yourself on the back because, hey, I get things go my way because I'm a big guy.
I love how you say,
big guy coming through.
Tall guys have problems too, man. You don't know
What's
what it's
your
like.
problem?
My knees hurt. My back hurts. You talk all the time about how little guys live
travel.
longer. Yeah. I'm always hurting a plane. I can
Can't
only
fit in a Lamborghini.
Thank you. I have to drive SUVs.
Yeah, you'll never get the joy of sitting in a Lamborghini.
I'll never get the joy of sitting in a Lamborghini, which is how you have to say it in Italy at the Lamborghini dealership. All I'm saying is,
What's that?
look, and I think this discussion, the way you've reacted, is an eye opener. If personality matters, reacting the way you did to the height filter does not help your situation.
What's wrong with my personality?
Nothing.
Is it grading?
No.
All right. I'm a good guy.
Yeah. So if you were single, women should give you a chance, much like they did when you were single. God, Kimmy, I wish you could have been around for single Tommy.
I'm kind of glad I wasn't.
It was amazing to watch. I went on a date again last night. Yeah, maybe I'll give her a chance. She never calls. Yeah, she was ugly. I don't even care.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't even care about it.
Done with that shit.
Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
It's been the whole goddamn show.
Bitch Boys Theater coming at you, and some folks in Gates had to make a choice. Something
broke out in the neighborhood.
It was no crime. It was.
But you said people had to look.
Well, yeah, because when anything happens,
So something West Side was breaking out.
Oh my God, this could happen anywhere.
West Side breakout.
Your health versus needing to see.
Your health?
Next here in the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. I mean, folks were told, for your safety, stay inside.
Yeah.
Right?
Be careful.
This happens all the time, right? But humans are curious people.
Oh, yeah.
Some more than others.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know someone in this room who, without question, despite the fact they could be hurt, is going to run outside immediately to watch this.
What was going on?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or
You
stupid.
just did a whole set on me.
Or say they look like the 1959 Odor Eaters Pro Bowling champion. You look like every Pro Bowler from 1959.
Hey, bro, that's when the game was the game.
To 1968.
Not like what it's turned into today. It's too commercial.
Tommy Muley, the Cajun Crawdads. You got to really hurt someone. Something along those lines.
Pat Duffy, I'm tall and I have body aches, my back and my knees, and that's not from Saturday night. It's just in general, because I'm such a tall, achy bitch.
I didn't do anything to you. I read a story.
Oh, yeah, I know what she's up to.
I did nothing. I asked your opinion.
Because she was going to chime in and be mean.
No, I asked a tall woman her opinion.
How was I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything mean.
You called me a bunch of stuff.
I did not say you. If you took it as that, that's on you.
There is a bit where you get called a bunch of stuff.
What's
that?
that?
Bitch Voice Theater. It happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
No, I was an adult. I couldn't do anything about it.
I couldn't.
My name's Tommy, and I learned to defend myself because I'm a bitch-ass bitch. First rule of Fight Club for Tommy is get punched in the face and fall down because I'm a scared-ass, get punched in the head. Little-ass bitch.
Yes. I had it when I was in Puerto Rico. I had one.
When you were where?
Puerto Rico.
Ooh!
It was a nice trip.
So I have this on my Verizon account
Oh,
already. and
do
it's
you?
through Verizon, and it works pretty
I'm
good.
ahead of the ball
My
game
name's
here.
Troy. I got things on my phone.
Ahead of the curve,
They call me
Troy.
Future Troy. Back to the Troy.
Don't lose anything.
Oh, Troy McFly.
My money makes money.
Bitch filter.
Pat Duffy, I don't like Stefan Diggs anymore. He's not a very nice person. He puts too many girls on a boat that tries to give him pink cocaine. And that's not a very nice man who hands girls pink cocaine. Because I'm a non-doing pink blow little bitch.
When I was in London,
Hey, you went to London?
I did go to London for that.
Ooh, jolly. Ooh, I'm foreign boy. Yeah,
You're too scared.
You know who I'm
You're
talking
so
about.
scared. Who are you talking about?
I can't say
You
names.
can't say nothing about nothing. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something. I'm a bitch.
Yeah, they went a little fancier. There's like 1900 square foot. They,
High-end modular.
Oh, they're talking about we're like millionaire modular.
They have a place down in Florida in Naples
King
that they
Mooch.
rent out.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I wanted to dress up like some kind of like low-end lumberjack today that only chops down lemon trees because I'm a little lumberjack-looking little bitch.
Why would
with
you
my
chop
new
down a
little-
lemon tree?
What's that?
Why would you chop down a
Well, they're
lemon
very
tree?
easy to do.
No, but it
Oh.
keeps producing lemons. So you're
Yeah,
not gonna make
seems-
paper out of it. It doesn't even make sense.
Seems pointless.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
A very scary incident that showed up out of nowhere
Jesus.
in Gates yesterday.
What happened?
It happened on Lyle Avenue around 7 p.m. There was a transformer fire
Damn.
in just a residential
They just
neighborhood.
blew up.
Well, not really. Police say that. I'll give you the quote.
Yeah.
Ready? A mineral-based oil leaked from the transformer, causing a fire on the ground involving a catch basin.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
But it looks like a transformer that's like low to the ground.
Okay.
So here's the thing: the scene was very scary. The fire was raging,
Must be toxic.
and it was producing this thick ass black
Yeah.
smoke. Like
Yeah, like some metal's burning.
you got it. So because of that, a representative from the Gates Police Department, a sergeant, said, "quote." It's creating large amounts of thick, dark smoke, probably not safe to breathe in. So we're advising everybody in the area of Lyle Road, pretty much between Elm Grove all the way up to Wegman, to stay indoors for their own safety.
Yeah.
You don't want to breathe this in, which is funny because the video on 10 NBC
Yeah.
clearly shows several people out standing in the
Taking
street
pictures. Oh,
yeah.
watching this happen. Kimmy,
Yeah.
there is a balance
Yeah.
that people have when it comes to things dangerous in their neighborhood.
Nosiness versus safety.
Yeah.
Because I think like if you're told to stay inside and you're not really sure why, for whatever reason, your first instinct is to go outside and look and see what's going on.
Okay, but why?
I don't know.
Where does that come from?
I don't know.
Curiosity. You got to see what's happening in the hood.
It's curiosity. It's assess. You want to assess the danger
Yeah.
for yourself for some reason.
But there's nothing you can do about it.
No, nothing, but you still got to go look.
But I want to see it.
And this happens in every
Oh, yeah.
neighborhood
Yeah.
across the greater Rochester area every time something happens. And you are this guy.
Oh, yeah. I think every man my age is this guy.
Okay.
Unless
Gotta
he's
go
in a,
look.
Even guys that can't get out of bed will, like, figure out ways to get to the window.
So 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You think this comes with age?
Oh, it definitely happens when you get older, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, you may not be that as a young guy, but as an old man, you looking.
You know, it's an interesting take because I saw this and I go, why are you so dumb? If the cops or the fire department tells me to stay inside, I'm not going outside.
You're not
Right.
trying to catch a glimpse, though.
No.
You're not like looking out every window of your house.
Maybe out the window. But if they say stay inside,
Yeah.
I'm not going. Why would they tell me to stay inside unless it was a benefit?
They always say that, and it turns out to be nothing.
Okay. I mean, God forbid these poor people well, I guess poor people, they did it themselves, standing outside, inhaled a bunch of stuff that's going to affect them down the road. That's not good.
You know how much stuff? You know how much crap I have breathed in.
Yes,
in my
and that
lifetime?
wasn't thick black smoke. Did you see the picture of this?
Yeah. Pretty
Oh
scary.
my God.
It's pretty pretty nasty.
I think I realized this at first when I first became a homeowner, because I remember it was like one of the first few weeks we moved in, there was like a big explosion, and I think it was something along these lines, like a transformer or something went. And the first thing everybody in my neighborhood did was run outside. And I remember thinking, like, we heard a large boom. Why are we all outside right now, not knowing what it was?
So let's split this down the middle.
Yeah.
Because you're right. The logic you just walked
Like,
through
if
with that
something
statement.
actually just exploded nearby, we probably shouldn't be outside.
I do think it's safe if you hear something out of the ordinary
Yeah.
to go look.
Yeah, but a
A noise.
scary sound?
Yes.
Like an explosion.
Yes,
Okay.
even a scary sound or like something like a
A
gun.
crash.
Yeah, or a pop like a gunshot or
Yes.
something like that.
But that's so dangerous.
Yeah.
It is, but I have to assess the danger in that
Yeah.
point because I don't have any instruction from
All right.
somebody. Because God forbid, like I could
Yeah.
do something in that moment to make myself safer,
Well, I'm pretty
knowing
sure
what it is.
nobody's going to instruct me to go outside.
Well, somebody could be in danger.
Yeah.
Let's
All
say
right,
here.
all right,
I mean, you know what I
that's-
mean? Like,
That's a fair point. But
let's-
is that what you're thinking in the moment?
I mean, that would have been my first thought.
Oh.
Or like, do I need to do something with my family to get
Okay,
them even further
all right.
away
Okay.
from it? But the second somebody who's a professional steps up and goes, "Please leave," I'm gone.
But if I think about a comfortable distance and I can just kind of smell it, not like and I'm inhaling it, but I can kind of get a whiff, I'm hanging.
If you
outside.
can smell it, you're inhaling it.
Yeah, but in my mind, it's just like a little bit. It's like an acceptable amount of smoke I'm taking in right now. It's no worse than smoking a cigar.
An acceptable amount of transformer fire smoke.
It's like I'm smoking a cigar made out of transformer wire.
Bro, the cops said,
I know. it's a
Lyle,
cop.
no, from Elm Grove to Wegman. That's a huge
That's a
swath.
big
If
swath.
you can see it, you're too close.
Yes.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Larry. Hey, Larry, how are you, buddy?
Wonderful. How are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
A lot of those older transformers are full of PCBs. There's an oil in there to keep them cool.
All right, hold on. Let me
And
pause, because half the audience thought you meant like PCP, like angel dust. You're talking about forever chemicals, those plastics.
Actually, I meant PCBs.
PCB. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, but anyway, that stuff is extremely toxic when it burns. So that's why they wanted everybody inside. They didn't want people inhaling that stuff.
Yeah, I don't even need that detail. If I see smoke that looks like that, I'm going away. I'm doing what they tell me to do.
So I mean, but there's got to be an acceptable distance I could look, right?
Larry?
Then I'll probably look it up in whatever hazmat.
I'm going to
book
go
they've
20
got.
foot.
20 feet?
20 foot.
That's less than
Stand
10
back 20
yards.
foot.
Bro, 20 feet, you would need to go another, 10 feet to get a first down.
Yeah, you'd feel the heat from that.
He's not going
As
to
as a past volunteer fireman, we always use the rule of thumb. If you can hold your thumb up and can't see it, you're safe. Or wait for the cops to go in, and when they start falling over, you know you can't go any farther than that or closer than that.
Larry, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. You know, we had a lot of fun back there. Yeah, but I love the thumb rule is interesting.
Yeah.
You
So
go-
if I can see my thumb, I'm
So,
okay?
like-
no, if
Well,
you
no, if
can't
you
see
can-
it past your thumb, you're an idiot. How are you so dumb?
See my thumb.
So if I walk in a room, what do I do with
situation where
my
you
thumb if
can't?
your mom's not there? Where do I put
Okay,
it?
like
No,
don't
it's
say
like if
something
it's like-
stupid and then
if
try to
it's
fix
so
it.
far in the distance that it disappears behind your thumb, you're good.
Okay. All right.
All right. Every once in a while there are some things you just can't correlate. Like on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. They told people at Fukushima to stay inside, and look how well that went. Yeah, there's a difference, I think, between a nuclear weapon that you've never seen
that's what
before.
after the earthquake?
Or no, that was Fukushima, yeah. Right, so was that the earthquake that led to a tidal wave or tsunami?
But the nuclear power plant exploded.
That melted down.
So what did we learn from that?
I guess every once in a while.
Stay away from the tsunami.
Okay, every once in a while you're wrong, but I'm going to err on the side of the pros.
But if the tsunami, if I put my thumb up to a tsunami and my thumb's not wet, I'm okay.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. Hey, it's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio, Thursday Rapperoo.
For Thursday Break Room CMF. All right, couple of housekeeping
Yeah,
notes.
what's going on?
All right, so first of all, tomorrow's a Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, creepy time.
Yep, Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also in the 7 o'clock hour, there is a place in our area that wants to change the law to make it a more party place.
Okay.
Because right now you can't walk outside with an open bottle of liquor, open bottle, or open can of beer.
Yeah.
But they want that to be different.
Ooh.
And here's the thing. When you really think about open container laws and why we have them, they don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Especially with something that was just legalized not too long ago in New York State. Why do we have them at all, Tom?
Okay.
We'll ask that question and many more tomorrow here at the Break Room on CMF. Also, you have about 14 hours left.
Ooh, boy.
If you are a sexy dad that deserves credit for it, to go to WCMF.com, enter our 2025 WCMF Rochester's Sexiest Dad competition. Again, one winner who will be judged on by listeners on our panel of judges will receive a $500 watch from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers. Check that out. We are approaching 40 dads.
Yeah, it's a pile of papas.
Yes. You have until noon tomorrow to enter. So WCMF.com to do all that. And our good friend Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away.
She's not, again, she's giving you 10 straight songs.
Bless her heart.
Every single day. 10 songs at 10. And every song she picked.
Yeah, what is that?
She picked just for you, whoever you are.
How sweet.
Listening. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who never would participate in a short king summer.
I'd be open to it if I was single, maybe.
She's lying.
Maybe.
Probably not.
She's lying.
Maybe, probably. We'll never know.
For Tommy Muley,
Mm-hmm.
who's more of a short jester than a short king. He's stupid. My name's Ben Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.